All right, Madam Clerk, let's reconvene the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Sendejas.
Present.
Vice Mayor Allen.
Present.
Councilmember Duggan. Councilman Supana.
Here.
Councilwoman Kerr.
Here.
Councilwoman Saro. Councilmember Uranga.
Presente.
Councilman Austin.
Here.
Councilmember Ricks Odie. Mayor Richardson.
I am here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's report out from closed session, please.
You want me to? There's nothing to report. No actionable, reportable action.
Thank you. We'll now move to the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence, led by Councilmember Sorrow.
Yes, if we can take a moment of silence in consideration of those impacted by the recent storm, and also continuing to keep those who have suffered great loss in Maui. It will take a moment. Thank you. And if you're able to, please rise and put your right hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sorrow. So today we have one presentation. We'll handle the consent calendar and public comment, and then we will reopen the budget hearing. And as you all know, it's budget season, so we have long council meetings during budget season, and we always take on the council meetings first. So we'll start with our presentation, Remembering School Safety Guard Catherine Tucker, and I'm going to introduce Councilmember Uranga to introduce the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Today I would like to take a little opportunity to just note that one of the things that we have with employees is that they serve the public. And when they serve the public, they're serving the greater good for everybody. In police and fire, we have ways of acknowledging those employees who give the ultimate sacrifice for their work to protect the public. We don't have that for civilians. And I think what we're doing here today by this proclamation is acknowledging the fact that sometimes, not often, but sometimes, and that happens, we have a city employee who does precisely that, gives the ultimate for their job that they do for the residents of Long Beach, and that was Catherine Tucker. Catherine Tucker was a crossing guard for the city of Long Beach. She was a member of local IAM 1930. She was in the 7th district, in my district, working out of Lafayette Elementary School. She was known for arriving early and for staying well past the time the school got out, and was described as a friendly and dedicated person to her job. Catherine was a single mother and who had raised 7 children. A single mother raising 7 children. I can't even imagine that. Timothy, Tracy, Reggie, Lenny, George, Andy, and Pam. More than 30 years ago, on that fateful day, August 9th, 1993, she became the victim of a senseless act of violence, and unfortunately and sadly perished. So it is with deep reverence and unwavering respect that I would want to acknowledge her sacrifice, to acknowledge her legacy, and honor her courage, and extend our heartfelt condolences to her family for their enduring loss. It is my understanding that her granddaughter, Melanie Miller, is present and will be saying a few words before we present the proclamation to the family. Thank you, Melanie, for reaching out to our family.
Just a moment, Melanie. Let's get the microphone. Thank you. Thank you, Melanie. It's on now.
All right. My name is Melanie Miller. I am a proud Long Beach City employee. Today I stand here and talk to you as a family member of Catherine Tucker. She is my husband's grandmother. My husband is one of her 20 grandchildren that never had the opportunity to create the special memories that exist between grandkids and their grandmother. She was taken from them that heinous and violent act committed by that ruthless person that took her life. On the morning of August 9th, 1993, Catherine put on that uniform and identified herself as a city employee and crossing guard. There, she took her post at Lafayette Elementary School to assist children as they walked across the street on their way to class. There, at her post, Catherine was attacked, abducted, and killed. A senseless tragedy that rocked the community, the neighborhood, and the children she took care of, as well as her family. Today, we have the unique opportunity to honor the memory of Catherine and acknowledge the family she has left behind as we receive this proclamation on behalf of the city that she served. She is missed every day. We can only ask that the city never forget the ultimate sacrifice that she made as she served the community. This tragedy was, without question, senseless. It was a random act of hate and violence that we continue to combat to this day. Unfortunately, she was a casualty in the war against hate, against humanity, and against those who selflessly commit to making a positive difference in this world. Catherine was that person, a city ambassador that loved her job and loved the children that she took care of on a daily basis. She found fulfillment and great satisfaction in greeting the children with a smile and positive words of encouragement as they walked past her. We thank the mayor, members of city council, and other city staff for their time and willingness to provide this forum to share our story. Our hope is that the city never forgets Catherine Tucker and the life that she lived in service to Long Beach. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and I believe you have some additional members of your party.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Martin Martinez. I am a 33-year employee of the city of Long Beach. I was working at the old City Hall when that fateful day came, and it, you know, those types of memories, you know, they stay with you, you know, for the rest of your career, for the rest of your life. Typically, public service is, as you would expect, it's a lot of mundane work sometimes, but there are those times that that you're unexpectedly put in danger, and unfortunately and tragically, you can pay the ultimate sacrifice in the name of service. And I definitely wholeheartedly believe that we should be honoring Catherine Tucker. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So it's not public comment. If everybody can come forward who's speaking, it's a presentation. We typically set
Got it.
10 minutes for that. So everybody just come forward.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I am Marisela de Rivera. My pronouns are she and ella. I'm a proud resident of District 9, proud IAM member, and recording secretary for IAM Local Lodge 1930. Today, I'd like to express heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Catherine Tucker. As a 45-year-old mama of two, I cannot fathom the pain felt as a result of Catherine's murder at only 46 years old and with 7 children. Too often, work seen as women's work is not valued in our society. The role of caretaker is one Catherine was known and loved for. She cared for her children, grandchildren, and the children of Lafayette Elementary School as an IAM employee. Thank you, Councilman Roberto Uranga, for honoring Catherine and the role of caregivers.
Thank you. Natalie?
Good evening, Mr. Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I wanted to express condolences to our sister Catherine Tucker's family, an anniversary of the murder, but at the same time, I also want to express gratitude and appreciation to District 7 Council Member Roberto Uranga and all of your staff for your swift action. Being able to have this proclamation means everything to the family and our union family. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Uranga, any final words?
Actually, thank you for that, but it was not a swift action. It took 30 years, long overdue, that we recognize that sacrifice of Catherine Tucker. But thank you for bringing it forward. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. And I'm more than happy that we were able to do this here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I believe we all signed a proclamation. You want to?
Yes. We have, I don't see the proclamation here.
It's right behind you. Sean's right there.
Oh, there it is. Okay, and we could have members of the family, members of IAM who spoke, and you can please come up. I'm invited City Council as well to please join us in the front to take an opportunity to take a photo. Thank you.
Hey there. Come on in. Big family. Wait, is everybody family? Okay. All right. Look at this. Wow. 7 kids. And then she said she had 7 kids. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, brother. Hey, how you doing? Y'all family too? It's a big family. Hey, how you guys doing? All right. Come on in. Okay, y'all gotta get tighter than this. Act like your family.
He knows. Where's my cutoff?
Get tighter. Get the little one to the front. Where's the proclamation? Right there. Okay, come on in the middle. Granddaughter.
All right. Everyone try to find a window to be able to see me. Good, good. All right. Over here, 1, 2, 3. One more.
All right, thank you. Let's hear the consent. Let's pull up the consent calendar, please. We'll entertain a motion in second on consent. Okay, it's been moved in second. Is there public comment on consent? No? Okay, members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Sendejas. Councilmember Uranga. Councilman Austin. Councilman Austin. Motion is carried.
Thank you. We'll now take general public comment number 1. I have this list of speakers. Is this it? Just 2 speakers? All right. So Leslie Sanders. And then Marty Martinez. But Marty, you just spoke, so I don't think you're signed up for this, right? Oh, you want to speak again? Okay, absolutely. So Leslie and then Marty. Just a moment. Okay, now your mic's on.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor and council people, members of council and administration. First of all, I just want to say that I want to commend you on you looking and getting involved in the situation that we're with Pump 13 and at District 9. We have had a lot of progress in that, and I want to thank the people, the cooperation from the different levels, the different offices, and the people, and from you, Mayor Rex Richardson, Andrew Cotero from District 9, Joni Rick's office. I want to appreciate and Mark Wright, Tyler Curley, Tom Monica, Linda Tatum, Mr. Kerr was a civil engineer, and Mrs. Guerrero, she was from Hans, Supervisor Hans' office, who kind of facilitated everything. But I was just saying that when we all work together and we work at this speed, we can get a lot of things. Wrongs of the past, we can't correct everything, but at least we can get it right going forward. And so I think this was a perfect illustration of things that were laid to the side, we addressed it, and we moved forward, and what we can get done as if we work together and, to make sure that we can right a lot of wrongs and delays, that things that get tossed down under the table. So that's where I wanted to make sure that I mentioned it. I wanted to thank everybody for their cooperation and how we work together and really speedily work together to get this done. So I want to thank you for your leadership in this. I didn't get a chance to speak to you when I saw you out there, but I wanted to make sure I got in council and tell you that your leadership and just getting behind it, and the various people, and Dr. Joni and the people from your office, we talked directly, but then the people from your office on point, got it together, because as a whole, all these things have to be done. We can't address everything all the time, but I think this was important, and like I was pointing out, if that goes down, I don't care how, you can put $500 million in that, in the District 9, but why would you let a $3 million pump ruin everything if it floods everything? So you have to look down the line. So 500 million, then you have to look for 500 million again to replace something that's already done. So great job with everyone involved. And I know if I missed any names, I apologize for that. But I'm just glad that everybody worked together and we was able to move. And they would give me a timeline on when they get everything together. But I did see some people out there today, and I took some pictures because I was so excited. I stopped on the freeway, put on my emergency blinkers, and just saw the work. And I think everybody there knows collectively, great job. And I'm glad that we all communicated on the level to make sure everything to get. And I'll talk to the district attorney, city attorney office at a later time because I'm gonna run out of time today. But anyway, thank you and great job.
All right. And Leslie, thanks for coming down and raising your issue. Your neighborhood is better off because you came down and talked with us. So thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Martinez.
Good evening once again, Honorable Mayor and City Council. First off, I do want to go ahead and acknowledge also the Long Beach school guards who were in attendance in the crowd. Thank you all for coming and showing support for your sister, Catherine. So now, this comment is also regarding Catherine Tucker, but it regards honoring her in a little more concrete way. The Civic Center Memorial wall just outside of this council chamber honors those City of Long Beach public safety professionals who lost their lives due to their service and is inscribed with the motto, always remember, never forget. To adhere to this motto, I feel we certainly should be including the name of Long Beach Police Department School Crossing Guard Catherine Tucker in this permanent monument so that we can never forget her sacrifice, her family's eternal loss, and the ongoing heroism of all Long Beach public safety employees regardless of their role. I believe that her name certainly belongs on the wall there with others who are already there, like Sylvia Sievers, another school guard who died in an on-duty accident in 1943, and other public safety professionals who died while protecting the people of Long Beach. I honestly feel that Catherine Tucker deserves her name on that wall that's out there, along with those other fine Long Beach police employees, sworn or non-sworn, who have given their life in the name of public service. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, and we'll take that conversation back to city staff. I think it's certainly an important request. That satisfies general public comment. We'll now set up for the budget hearing. Let's read item number 12, please.
Item 12 is report from financial management, recommendation to receive and discuss an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for Parks, Recreation, Marine, Library Services, Health and Human Services, and Development Services, citywide.
All right, Tom, you got the floor.
So, Mr. Mayor, we do have a lot to share with the council today and with the community. So this is our third week of budget hearings where we really dive deep into the departments. These are going to be our last 4 departments. So we will go through Parks and Rec, go through Library Services, and then Health and Human Services and Development Services for really big critical service departments. And then we'll take questions from the council and also comments from the audience. So we do expect this part to take a little bit of time, but as you mentioned, this is budget season, and this is really what we're here to do, is dive into the details. So we'll go to our first one, which is Parks, Rec, and Marine, led by Brent Dennis, our director.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to present to you the Department of Parks, Recreation, Marine, and Animal Care Services 2024 proposed budget. The proposed budget will allow our department team to continue advancing aspects of our award-winning strategic plan while passing forward our passion for community service for our residents, young and old, visitors to our beautiful city, and compassionate attention to our companion dogs and cats. The department's mission is focused and aligned to implement our strategic plan, which prioritizes park equity, community-identified goals, values, and actions to guide operational, staffing, and budgeting decisions for the department. While we're often simply referred to as parks, and at times the Department of Fun and Furry Friends, in reality, our Parks, Recreation, Marine, and Animal Care Services team is recognized for our community-friendly, customer service-oriented organization. Our department is comprised of 6 distinct but collaborative bureaus that include business operations, park planning and partnerships, park maintenance operations, marine, animal care services, and community recreation services. That collaborative spirit also extends into our interdepartmental efforts for citywide initiatives, one city, one team. We are committed to providing a vibrant park system where everyone is welcome and can thrive. Our dedication is further reinforced by our stewardship of all of our parks, facilities, beaches, and open spaces. We're very proud to further promote responsible pet ownership and the humane treatment of animals in alignment with our Compassion Saves model. Saving every treatable animal that comes into our shelter requires significant resources, and we work hard to provide care for our furry friends. We're fortunate to have the largest municipally run marina system in the United States. Our goal is to make sure our marine facilities and waterways are well managed and maintained for the enjoyment of our local boating community. Our 6+ miles of beautiful beaches with highly rated water quality contribute to the attractive nature of Long Beach's waterfront. Lastly, developing strong partnerships and collaborations bring even greater benefits and opportunities for our Long Beach residents and visitors to our city. We're extremely proud of the many accomplishments this past year. We successfully initiated the Park Ambassador Program, which is an innovative approach to promote clean and safe park restrooms by adding a second shift to secure gates and restrooms nightly, making observations regarding overall park etiquette, encampment activity, the presence of graffiti, and the need for facility repairs. We continue to focus on enhancing park access throughout the city and improving our parks, open spaces, and beaches. Using one-time funds of $1.8 million, nearly 1,200 dead trees have been removed to enhance safety in high-activity areas of our parks and around our recreational facilities. It's important to maintain a healthy urban forest. We've continued to prioritize this by planting nearly 900 trees this year, with plans to plant even more trees in the future. With an unusually high number of significant weather events this past year, we collected nearly 5,000 tons of storm debris from waterways and beachfront. We pride ourselves on having good water quality and clean beaches in Long Beach. Keeping our public spaces clean, safe, welcoming, and enlivened with positive activities, events, and programs is a priority for every one of our nearly 1,000 employees. The many successes of our department are the result of a passionate, dedicated team. To ensure we're ready to play host to our hundreds of thousands of participants and visitors each year, we hosted 3 job fairs with nearly 200 attendees, providing awareness of employment opportunities. The scope of how large our department is and the diversity of the amenities and services we offer take a strong, supportive workforce. At the peak of our busy summer season, our department is a local workforce powerhouse, employing almost 1,000 staff, many of whom are experiencing their first job ever. As we see our programs returning to pre-pandemic levels, we're very proud to offer greater opportunities for youth by significantly increasing the number of day camp program sites to 12. We continue to implement violence prevention programs through the Long Beach Recovery Act, such as the Older Adult Life Fit program, and youth programs such as Mobile Recess, Virtual Recreation, Community Learning Hubs, and our Teen Academy. We also implemented 3 successful seasons of Hoops After Dark program aimed to enhance young career adult readiness and blended with the team-oriented sport of basketball. Once again, we participated in a partnership with Long Beach Unified School District to offer over 30,000 meals to school-aged children through the summer food program and 55,000 meals to older adults all year through our senior nutrition program. This partnership with the school district is so important to our community as we share the same participants in our after-school, teen, youth sports, and summer swimming programs, the latter of which is sponsored by the district. I'm proud to announce that our department's strategic plan is the recipient of the Award of Excellence in Advancing Diversity and Social Change from the American Planning Association. This award serves as a reminder why our strategic plan is so valuable. We did community engagement in the areas of 14th Street, Bixby, and Ramona Parks, as well as kicked off vision plans for Martin Luther King Jr. and Shear Park. These efforts are an essential part of building a park system that meets the needs of our residents while helping knit together neighborhoods across the city. We recently celebrated the new Admiral Kidd Park Playground, along with ribbon cuttings at DeForest Park for new soccer mini pitches with the new Environmental Education Center and Discovery Nature Trails, much to the credit of amazing partnerships with Partners of Parks, the LA Galaxy Soccer Foundation, Conservation Corps of Long Beach, and Campfire. Staff also secured multiple grants totaling over $23 million to be used at several park sites, such as the 51st Street Greenbelt, Davenport Park, Houghton Park, and Willow Springs Wetlands. Grant funds afford us the opportunity to provide community services, new amenities, and essential park improvements while assuring our core services are funded with city structural funding. I'm happy to report that last year, Animal Care Services reached its highest adoption rate ever of almost 2,000 pets and achieved a live release rate of 89%. Our increased outreach and off-site adoption events have resulted in positive outcomes. This could not have been done without our dedicated staff, volunteers, and community partners. In fiscal year 24, we'll continue to meet the goals of our strategic plan while embracing new opportunities. I'm happy to say that the proposed budget includes enhancements and one-time funding to support our efforts to keep our parks and open spaces green, clean, and inviting for our community to enjoy. Structural funding to maintain the Harry Bridges Memorial Park will ensure the area is properly cared for and can support the many special events it holds, bringing in people and tax dollars to our community. Increased budget for contractual services such as landscaping and tree services further supports maintenance and our efforts to be good stewards of our environmental assets. Urban forest management will be enhanced through funding from the Monsanto settlement of $500,000 for new tree plantings. The mayor is also recommending that the Port of Long Beach match these funds. The budget also includes a one-time resource of $2.5 million towards the Los Angeles River Trash Interceptor Barge. This barge will enable us to collect trash and debris from upriver communities before it lands on our beaches and in our marinas. Additionally, in the Tidelands area, one-time funding is proposed for the planning and the permitting phase of the Alamitos Bay Entrance Channel dredging project. This will not only improve ingress and egress from Alamitos Bay, but may provide potential solutions to the eroding peninsula beachfront. These maintenance investments align with our strategic plan and are a critical part of providing safe and accessible public spaces. We strive to provide enrichment and outreach in the community. To champion this effort, the mayor's recommendations adds new support for older adult field trips to enhance our existing senior programs. Currently, we invest in our seniors through offering senior programs and services at 7 senior centers, including the Long Beach Senior Center on 4th Street. These programs are critical to supporting our growing senior population. In partnership with the police department, mentoring opportunities will be offered at our after-school and teen academy programs. To ensure access to the Belmont Plaza pool, an increase to our structural budget to maintain the pool and maximize available pool hours is proposed. Investments in our aquatic facilities will keep our pools open for residents, community groups, and visitors, which can also generate revenue. Our park programming is central to bringing people together to build strong and vibrant neighborhoods. The Park Makes Long Beach PRM strategic plan highlights the need to offer meaningful recreational programming and events. We're happy to receive structural funding for the Be Safe program. This resource will allow us to add 8 sites for a total of 11, providing valuable hours of evening family programming at these sites citywide during the summer months. We value what our programs bring to the community and feel it's important for staff to be valued as well. The proposed budget will increase pay for key life-saving positions in our aquatics program. Pool lifeguard positions were proving to be hard to attract and retain staff for. This pay increase helps ensure we have the necessary staff coverage at all of our pools. One-time resources will allow us to continue youth programs currently funded by the Long Beach Recovery Act. These programs are Mobile Recess, Hoops After Dark, and the Teen Academy, which have been successfully implemented in past years. These programs have been very effective in engaging our youth and providing opportunities for personal growth and development. We work hard to provide access to healthy recreation opportunities and safe environments for the community's youth, teens, adults, and seniors who utilize our programs throughout Long Beach. To keep parks and open spaces usable and clean, each year we deploy services for special park cleanups to address encampments, illegally dumped items, and other waste. We're happy that one-time funds are proposed to continue and enhance these services in our parks and on our beaches. This strategic investment will enhance the cleanliness, safety, and welcoming quality of our parks. To further promote public health and safety, other critical investments are proposed in our Animal Care Services Bureau. The proposed budget adds staffing changes in key areas. It adds a new animal health technician position to support our surgical team. This will help to reduce costs by enabling some medical procedures for animals to be done in-house. Additionally, position upgrades are proposed for the Animal Foster Program Coordinator and Adoption Program Coordinator. To advance Compassion Saves, a one-time budget increase of $400,000 will support animal care services in addressing overcrowding issues at the shelter. We're very excited about these proposed investments. In addition to the enhancements received this year, Animal Care Services will have over $1.4 million in additional resources, which is a 25% increase in our budget since 2022. This investment will help save lives and increase positive outcomes for animals. The park improvements proposed as part of the Elevate 28 Infrastructure Investment Plan provides our parks and park facilities not only with a refresh for the 2028 Olympics, but will leave residual legacy benefits. Some examples which were covered in last week's budget hearing are 14th Street and Seaside, Hartwell, Houghton, MacArthur, Martin Luther King Jr., Ramona, Silverado, and Veterans Parks. Even with the many proposed strategic investments next fiscal year, there are still challenges. We must find ways to continue to adapt to meet emerging resident needs. If we look at the sport of pickleball and its newfound popularity, it can be challenging to find resources to support its popularity quickly. Out of these challenges, we can find opportunity as seen in our pickleball master plan. New resources are needed to provide universally accessible playgrounds, fitness equipment, and adaptive recreation programs, bringing these important health resources closer to the community through our parks. New projects, parks, playgrounds, equipment, innovative programming, and a strong workforce provide us with the opportunity to address unmet needs of the community. Another challenge is competing non-traditional uses of park spaces and beaches. We spend over $250,000 each year to address the impact of theft and vandalism. In order for us to provide core services and safe facilities for our community to enjoy, we must focus on solutions. We collaborate with our partners to address the safety, health, and environmental concerns related to people experiencing homelessness in our parks and out on our beaches. With rising costs for equipment, materials, services, utilities, and long lead times for supplies, the maintenance of our facilities and grounds requires us to prioritize our resources. We consider animal health and well-being as the foundation for all we do at Animal Care Services. It is a challenge to provide every animal with daily care and enrichment according to their needs and in alignment with Compassion Saves, but one that our department embraces and will work hard to overcome. Of course, all of our services cannot be provided without people. Our department is a people-driven department. We're experiencing vacancies, like many others, in our animal care operations due to the nature of working with animals and weekend work schedule challenges, and in our trade positions, like electricians and equipment operators. Recruitment and retention of a diverse, dynamic, and skilled workforce is paramount to our service delivery. It can be a balancing act of resources to strategically address critical priorities while looking into the future. I thank both the mayor and the city manager for their support and inclusion in the proposed budget for the many strategic investments which help to address many of these challenges. With challenges do come opportunities. The strategic plan provides a guide for us to prioritize limited resources and learn where and how we can make strategic investments that will benefit our community. We further connect with our community on a regular basis through our 4 commissions, namely the Marine Advisory Commission, Commission on Youth and Families, Advisory Commission on Aging, and the Parks and Recreation Commission. Seeking and successfully obtaining grants helps us to offer scholarships for programs and classes, beautification of our spaces, and future park development for our great city. We are so grateful for our many community partnerships with groups like the Boys and Girls Club, Adventures to Dreams Enrichment, and the many park friends groups, in addition to those I'd mentioned earlier. These partnerships help us achieve the goals of our strategic plan that we quite often can't do on our own. Revenue generation can help to offset the costs of services. Joint use agreements like the one we have with Long Beach Unified School District allows us to capitalize on our assets. We continue to explore more partnerships, collaborations, and funding opportunities for the greater benefit of our city. Development of vision plans provides us with community input on the needs and wants. Strategic plans, master plans, and feasibility studies have all been useful tools to consider how public spaces can best meet the needs of our neighborhood. Throughout our 6 diverse bureaus, there's so much opportunity to impact people. We provide services to all Long Beach communities across the entire city, given we have nearly 170 parks, over 3,000 acres of open space, nearly 1,000 employees, dozens of acres of wetlands and unique marine biological reserves. In addition, we have 27 community centers, joined by 7 senior centers, a nature center, a pair of historic ranchos, 2 cemeteries, 10 skate parks, 12 dog parks, 187 sports courts, 108 athletic fields, 5 golf courses, 2 tennis centers, 3 aquatics facilities, 6 miles of beachfront, and over 100 partnerships, just to name a few. I'm so proud of the positive impact we continue to have on Long Beach and our overall quality of life. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, I thank you for your continued support and investment in parks, recreation, marine, and animal care services. Your support helps us meet the needs of the communities across our city. Our dedicated team and I thank you for your support, and this concludes my presentation. I'll make myself available for any questions you may have following all of this evening's budget presentations.
All right, thank you. We'll now move on to the next presentation. I just wonder, raise your hand if you're here for Parks and Recreations. Now put it down. Let's see who's here for libraries. Okay, I wonder who's more popular, libraries or parks. I guess we'll know after this presentation.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I'm Kathy DeLeon, Director of Library Services. I am excited to share with you Library Services' proposed FY24 budget. The Long Beach Public Library is a community pillar, one that represents so many things to so many different people. For some, the library is history and memory. People often share with me stories of how they'd spend hours after school at our libraries when they were younger, taken there by a parent or grandparent, or discovered on their own on the walk home from school. For some, the library represents opportunity and growth, a chance to develop new technology skills, a place to help get transition from one job to another, a place to continue their education. For some, LBPL helps to fill a hunger for stories and literature. And for others, LBPL is a place where their toddlers first learn to interact with books, words, and language, where they have their first social interactions and start on the pathway towards school success. For many, the library is inclusivity and affirmation embodied, where people can be their true and authentic selves, a place to feel seen and heard through the stories on the shelves and the programs that they attend. Oh, let me go back. And for many of our neighbors, the library is ultimately a safety net, a place where those with no place to go can sit down and expect a level of safety, comfort, dignity, and respect. Looking back at FY23, I am incredibly proud of the work that our library staff has done to deliver high-quality, community co-designed, and community-responsive services and programs. This past year, we launched the city's Youth Poet Laureate program and named our first Youth Poet Laureate, Ms. Claire Beely. Our free Youth Early Literacy STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, and reading incentive programs that promote a love of learning and reading, drew over 27,500 participants. The Seed STEAM Ecosystem Summer Camp at the Growing Experience at Carmelinos, in partnership with Cal State Long Beach and funded by the Department of Education, teaches 7th and 8th graders not just about urban farming, but about creative problem solving. Seed campers are introduced to concepts of design such as collaboration, ideation, and iteration. Our digital library has expanded to offer resources such as Make Make, a database of interactive animated Spanish language ebooks for children, National Geographic Kids, and LinkedIn Learning, which offers free online courses in business and technology. Library staff recently trained Pacific Gateway staff on the many job and career-related resources that LBPL offers, so that PG Win staff can connect their clients with these job advancement learning opportunities. Another highlight of FY23 was the significant expansion of our cultural programs. Our culturally focused programs drew over 6,100 attendees. We hosted the first Filipino literature festival called Liwanag, or Light, in Tagalog, in partnership with local Filipino-owned small businesses and Filipino community members. Nearly 400 participants from all over Southern California attended this day-long celebration of stories, history, culture, and literature. We also hosted a similar event celebrating Latinx heritage called the Mercadito Literario as a part of our highly successful Vida Latina program series. At both of these events, we heard similar sentiments from residents. I've lived in Long Beach all my life, or I grew up in Long Beach, and this is the first time I've been to a city event like this, where I felt like my heritage was uplifted and embraced. A common sentiment that was also shared was gratitude. Thank you for doing this. It means so much to me to be here and participate in an event like this. This next slide provides a snapshot of some of our other core services, such as providing access to informational and enrichment resources and promoting digital inclusion. Almost 4 million library resources were borrowed or accessed in 2022. Our Tech2Go service allows patrons to check out hotspots and Chromebooks free of charge. And contrary to what some people like to think, people still visit us in person, to the tune of over 585,000 visitors per year. FY24 represents a chance for Long Beach Public Library to continue growing and delivering much-needed educational and enrichment resources for our community. We are pleased that the city has found a way to structurally fund the $1 million that was added to the FY23 budget to augment library hours and add a 6th day of service, something that our community hasn't had since 2007, and bringing us closer in hours of service to nearby library systems. Disorderly conduct in libraries is an unfortunate trend we continue to see, and the addition of a library safety officer, a person dedicated to liaising with our security and HR partners and supporting our line staff in their daily interactions, will provide enhanced focus and attention to these extremely important and taxing matters and promote safety for all who enter our doors. We welcome the addition of a full-time social worker to our staff, something we only dreamed of a decade ago, when other urban public libraries began implementing this model of service to address the complex social issues faced by many of our patrons. Our successful library social work pilot that was launched in 2019, as well as the good work being done by the 3 library health educators that we have currently, has shown the efficacy of meeting our unhoused patrons where they are, providing an increased level of access to critical social services that goes beyond traditional library service. We also look forward to enhanced ADA accessibility to the El Dorado Library through additional capital improvement funds, as well as being able to fund in part the structural preservation of the historic Alamitos Library, which first opened its doors to the public in 1929. FY24 funds will allow Long Beach Public Library to continue to be more than just books on shelves. We are a hub to access community resources that can support our unhoused neighbors, a place where those without digital access can be connected to our ever-changing, technology-driven society. We partner with our local schools to promote pathways to literacy, STEM learning, and creative arts. We continue to grow our print, digital, and community programs in Spanish, Tagalog, and Kamay, further embracing the rich and multilingual heritage of Long Beach's immigrant population. Our internal Racial Equity Committee looks to improve employee interactions with patrons and service design by implementing training on structural racism and how to better apply a race equity lens to our work. This committee has also done significant work on training staff on gender inclusivity and how we can improve library service and employee and patron relations. Our DEI multilingual collection senior librarian will continue to utilize her knowledge of race equity and understanding of city demographics to build stronger, community-driven collections of library materials. As part of the FY24 budget, we'll be working closely with the City Manager's Office to explore the idea of expanding the Library Services Department to include the facilitation of arts and culture initiatives, such as the growth of the cultural centers. Library services, spurred by the City Auditor's 2020 report on library service efficacy, has made great strides ensuring that its program offerings are reflective of our city's diverse cultures and languages. We've made huge progress in uplifting the voices of our LGBTQIA+, Black, Latinx, Cambodian, and Filipino communities, as well as that of the arts community, through our collections, programs, and spaces, like the studio at Billie Jean King Library and the Learning Lab at Michelle Obama Library. In FY24, we'll be taking these first steps to explore whether or not this expansion is a viable one. Without sacrificing library service, does this change make sense? We'll be engaging with community, with the various nonprofit groups, and with labor, really listening to see if it makes sense to go down this route. This community engagement and dialogue is a critical first step that will take place prior to realigning any budget priorities. I'll emphasize that, and I've let my staff know this as well. This doesn't mean a loss or dilution of library services, but rather a possible expansion, a possibility of increased partnership, which would provide added infrastructure and support within our city family to ensure that initiatives that have already begun will continue to grow and find success in the future. The possible name change would be to become the Department of Libraries, Arts, and Culture, libraries being first in that new name, meaning Long Beach Public Library will always be the primary focus of the department. As mentioned earlier, Long Beach Public Library is very much a public place where our doors are open to all, and at times that comes with the challenge of unwanted, disorderly, sometimes violent behaviors that have a negative impact on library patrons' use of our facilities and library staff well-being. Compassion fatigue is an everyday reality for our employees. In the past year, we unfortunately had to pause service at 2 of our locations to reevaluate and implement safety measures to ensure patron and staff safety. To address this, or to continue to address this, we need to work with our public safety and health partners to strike the balance between being as accessible as possible to those who need what the library can provide and being a safe place for patrons and staff. While we've made some progress in terms of staffing, vacancies continue to affect our ability to consistently provide library service across all 12 locations. We currently are experiencing a vacancy rate of roughly 10 to 15%, positions that are all public facing. And for us as a relatively small department, things as simple as sick call-outs sometimes are enough to put us in a position of having to close a location. Vacancies were also the primary reason that in FY23, we were not able to launch 6-day service earlier. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Long Beach Public Library stands in solidarity with the numerous public libraries and schools across the country that are seeing unprecedented attacks on people's right to read freely. This city is truly amazing in its inclusivity and championing of all genders, sexualities, and cultures, and we as a library are incredibly grateful to you, to our elected officials, to our city government, and to our residents for helping us to continue upholding this core public library value. In the year ahead, Long Beach Public Library has some big plans that we're excited to see come to light with the support of the FY24 budget, our friends, and our foundation. Again, for the first time since 2007, residents can visit one of our branches on a Monday. The library is also set to debut a brand new electronic catalog in the coming year, which will feature enhanced search capabilities and a drastically improved user-friendly public interface. Although the bulk of the functionality of this system is not public-facing, this new ILS, or Integrated Library System, is the bread and butter, the nuts and bolts of how we maintain and make accessible those nearly 4 million library resources that people access every year. This fall, we'll celebrate the relaunch of the African American Resource Center at the Burnett Library, which was originally founded in 1997. Celebrating 26 years of existence, this community gem was brought to life by Indira Hale Tucker, Doris Topsy-Elvord, former 6th District Councilwoman and Vice Mayor, and other Black community leaders. In the coming year, Bret Harte Library, in the heart of the West Side's Little Manila, will finally get its own dedicated print collection dubbed the Filipino American Experience Collection, which will house and institutionalize the history, culture, and literature of the thousands upon thousands of Filipinos who have called Long Beach home since the early 1900s. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with the Health and Human Services Department to be one more open door, or rather 12 more open doors, for our patrons experiencing homelessness, to connect to services, and also the ramp up of federal funds to deliver Spanish, bilingual early literacy and parent engagement programs in North Long Beach. Additionally, built on the success of Michelle Obama Library's hosting of LBCC non-credit courses, we are hopeful of the expansion of this collaboration to more library locations. To close out, Honorable Mayor and council members, we at the Long Beach Public Library are grateful for your unflagging support. President Barack Obama stated recently that our nation's librarians are, in a very real sense, on the front lines, fighting every day to make the widest possible range of viewpoints, opinions, and ideas available to everyone, and that libraries help people become informed and active citizens capable of making this country what they want it to be. And frankly, we think Long Beach agrees with him. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at the end of the remaining presentations. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we have one more. How many people are here for the health department? Public health. Ooh, man, it's equally, it's three. Tom, we may have to have less popular departments on one day next time. All right, let's get the health department. I actually remember when the health department, they would have to advocate to get a presentation because it wasn't that much interest, but things have changed.
Love the health department.
Good luck. All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to share our FY24 proposed budget overview. I realize you've already sat through 40 minutes of budget, so as your health department director, I encourage you to stretch, reach out, wake up. There you go. Nice. All right. So, got to keep people moving around here. All right. So, the health department has been a key resource in keeping our city healthy. We've been doing this work for more than a century, and since the onset of COVID, our residents and leaders have come to see how vital and strong our department is in times of crisis. Thank you all for acknowledging the importance of the Health and Human Services Department over the past 3 years. I'm really proud of all this department has achieved as a team and in partnership with other departments. The COVID-19 response showed us what was possible with focus, adequate resources, and partnerships. And now we are applying those lessons learned during COVID to our work as the lead agency during the current homelessness emergency. That's more than 3 years of emergency response, and we're still counting. And then, why not throw in a tropical storm and a, earthquake over the weekend just for some more fun? Let's see, next slide. So the work of the Long Beach Department of Health and Human Services starts with and is grounded in our community. We base our services on quantitative data as well as the lived experiences of those who are most deeply impacted by inequities and who face the most challenges achieving long and healthy lives. We start with the human beings we serve, and we build our services and processes to support their strengths and help meet their needs. We are successful in this work because of our many partners, the multiple commissions, our advisory groups, our community partners, and our community members with whom we work. We always are looking for new ways to learn and to work with those we serve. Sorry, find an extra page in here. We are a department of highly trained, caring staff, and we do a lot. We have more than 55 programs staffed with skilled professionals. Through outreach, resource navigation, connection, and support, we honor and uplift the strength and resiliency of those we serve. Our work reaches every corner of the city. When you swim in our public pools or at our beaches, it's the health department that tests the water to ensure the water is safe. When you eat at a permitted restaurant or food facility, it's the health department that inspects the food safety. When communicable diseases threaten our city, it's the health department that stops with testing, vaccinations, contact tracing, and surveillance. And it's the health department that does the immediate and upstream work on violence prevention, housing, and homelessness. We take an equity approach to our work, and we are committed to data-informed decision-making and performance improvement practices. Over the past year, I'm proud to share that we have received national reaccreditation. You may remember we were one of the first in California who originally received accreditation. We've also received statewide and national recognition for our health equity investment framework, which we are using to distribute our Libra funds to communities most affected by COVID-19, and we're beginning to apply to other programs and funding opportunities. I am pleased to be able to present tonight alongside with our parks and libraries because they are two key partners in our upstream work to prevent violence and homelessness. Upstream investments are key in preventing chronic diseases like diabetes, as well as mental health concerns, violence, and homelessness. It is essential to start early because we know that providing opportunities for health, wellness, and learning can have a lasting positive impact on our children as they grow into adulthood. Investments and interest compound over time. Likewise, the investments we make in prevention pay off in improved health outcomes and reduce strain on our future resources. That's why we are committed to helping people across our lifespan, providing access to reproductive health care as well as support to people during pregnancy. We also offer several programs that support young children, including programs that support their parents and whole families. We then continue our support across the life course, working closely with youth and young adults to provide the resources needed for success in adulthood, as well as agency in the policies that affect this age group most. Activities for adults include supports to prevent homelessness and chronic and communicable diseases. And we work with older adults to promote wellness and connection to services. Whether we are working with people near the end of their lives or those lives who are just beginning, we are committed to helping Long Beach residents thrive. The work we do in health impacts every person who lives, works, studies, or visits this city. The figures you see here list just a few examples of what we do and the number of people whose lives we impact. Access to healthy food, formula, and breastfeeding support, as well as nutrition education, means economically disadvantaged families can provide the key nutrients that support development and brain health in their young ones. Benefits we make possible through our amazing WIC team, who serve nearly 13,500 families monthly. Thanks to our benefits team, nearly 8,000 people are insured, reducing the burden on our emergency rooms and improving health outcomes. When impacts emerged while we were still in the midst of our COVID pandemic, and because we had the infrastructure in place, we were able to move quickly to contain cases, providing more than 7,000 vaccines to people at risk of the disease. We've also protected sexual health by giving away tens of thousands of condoms and other items that reduce the risk of STIs. We have filled a critical information and access gap through our resource line, helping more than 2,300 people connect to needed services. And among many changes in our city that's been seen in the last 3 years, we now have a proliferation of mobile food vendors. In addition to the thousands of restaurants we inspect, we have focused on permitting these mobile food vendors when possible and addressing unsafe food vendors. Foodborne illness is not only inconvenient, it can be dangerous to young children, pregnant people, older adults, and people with compromised immune systems. Now I'd like to talk about 4 key areas: mental health, youth, family, and community safety. These focus areas support the implementation of our city's strategic vision and our racial equity and reconciliation plan. I'll start with mental health. Our comprehensive Mental Health Matters awareness campaign included 100 banners on flagpoles along city corridors across the city, as well as on 40 buses with routes throughout Long Beach. The Community Crisis Response Team is now breaking new ground for our city, allowing for an unarmed response by mental health professionals to nonviolent mental health crisis calls in certain situations. We are also exploring options to increase mental health services following the development of our mental health report, a robust set of goals and strategies shared in early May of this year with you. As another upstream strategy, we're focusing on our youth. This year, we launched a new initiative that put $300,000 worth of funding into the hands of young people to make the decision how it would be spent. We ask a lot of our youth, who are burdened by the same emotional and social concerns as adults. This initiative, funded by Measure US, empowered young people. They selected 7 youth summer programs. In FY23, we also launched the My Hood, My City program, where youth gave neighborhood tours from their perspective, and we provided more than $200,000 to local nonprofits to provide youth services. We are also focusing on families. Our Families Preservation Program has connected hundreds to therapy, parenting classes, and domestic violence support groups. We also supported 74 fathers to become stronger fathers through our Fatherhood program. And finally, a key piece of community safety is violence prevention and building peace. Violence prevention begins at the community level, and we continue to focus on and expand peacekeeping efforts through our Long Beach Advancing Peace programs. The Safe Passage program monitors intersections and walkways near middle schools and high schools most impacted by violence and pedestrian injuries. This is fueled by dedicated volunteers. Our peacekeepers work in communities to interrupt violence after an incident, and our health response team provides public health resources and information to survivors of violence and the families of those who were victims of violence, both through one-on-one work and public information. And finally, we assisted 68 survivors of human trafficking. Homelessness continues to be a leading issue in our city, and an area where our homeless services and housing authority teams have had tremendous impact. We've connected more than 1,000 people to services through the Mobile Access Center, otherwise known as the MAC. We created more shelter opportunities than ever before, with 60 warming beds over the cold, rainy winter months and 85 beds through our new year-round shelter at 702 Anaheim. We called upon landlords to do their part by accepting 582 emergency housing vouchers, resulting in 100% utilization. We made MacArthur Park safer and cleaner while meeting the needs of our unhoused community through the encampment resolution funding. We launched evening mental health services, connecting people experiencing homelessness with therapists, and successfully raised $35.7 million in grants, funding that was critically important in continuing our work and innovation. These funds include $1.6 million to incentivize homeowners to accept housing vouchers, $5.4 million from HUD over 3 years to address our unsheltered population, $1.4 million for encampment resolution, these for the MacArthur Park area. And we just at 5 o'clock tonight found that we were awarded $5.3 million as a second encampment resolution for Billie Jean King Library in Lincoln Park. Just thought I'd add it in. We like good news in budget presentations. So moving forward, our focus for upcoming years for this budget. What we are sharing with you now is just for general fund dollars and is not focused on the many grant funds and different positions coming in FY24 this upcoming year. For context, we have brought in nearly $41 million in grants just this year to support homeless services, public health, workforce capacity, equity, emergency management, and other public health programs to provide programming. Some of these grants sustain our work for a year, and others for several years, depending on grant length. These focus areas will align with the mayor and city council's priorities, as well as the city's strategic vision, as well as focus on financial well-being of the department and public health programs. First, we'll start with homeless services funding. For context, the overall homeless services budget within the department this year is about $47 million for operations, which comes from a mix of federal, state, county, local, and philanthropic dollars. Programs include permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, interim housing operations for 702 Anaheim, the ABC shelter, as well as our Project Home Key locations, street outreach, and multi-service center operations. It's all of our programming. Of this $47 million, $37 million is from grants, most of which do not come with sufficient administrative support. It takes a lot to go after and administer these grants. Therefore, we are requesting 5 FTEs to effectively administer the programs for all these grants coming in, as well as a building services supervisor to maintain the many additional interim housing facilities that serve people experiencing homelessness. To improve supports in the community, we're requesting funding for a new shuttle van to be able to transport unhoused residents to services, to ensure that we act quickly when people are ready to take us up on our services. We're also seeking one-time funding to support 100 days of operating costs for a new shower trailer. So we've heard a lot about showers. This will initially be installed at 702 Anaheim until that building has completed its construction. And at that point, it will become a mobile shower trailer. And finally, we're seeking one-time dollars for 702 Anaheim for the utilities and maintenance, security on site, and transportation. This funding will augment what the county is providing, which is being used for case management, food, and supplies in operating the facility. In the last couple of years, the department has received more than $33 million to expand interim housing in the city and to do important upgrades to the MSC. All of these projects are underway, either in planning stages or preparation for construction. These projects demonstrate an important partnership with our Economic Development Department, Public Works, Development Services, and the Health Department. It means nearly 350 new beds, approximately 100 of which will be permanent supportive housing, and the other 250 will be interim shelter. This year, we also made requests to support your priorities and the city's strategic vision. These requests include expanding mental health services, investing in youth, and supporting the sidewalk food vending program. Earlier this year, we completed and released the mental health plan, which looks at ways we can expand mental health services in Long Beach. We are adding a mental health program specialist to drive implementation of this plan and identify opportunities to leverage funding and bring in additional mental health resources to Long Beach. In a call for the citywide $1 million investment in youth, we expand youth development activities in the department, funding by more than $650,000 for the total efforts. As part of that, we're also engaging with the mayor's budget for the youth development coordinator to help support these efforts moving forward. And because of the changing policy in sidewalk food vending, we plan to add an environmental health specialist to focus exclusively on this issue, providing education and enforcement across the city so that when people eat out in Long Beach, they know their food options are safe. Our second focus area is departmental financial well-being and sustainability. The expectation of services continues to grow, but meeting those expectations requires going after more grant money. Right now, we have only 2 people specific to fund development in the department. It's insufficient. We turn away nearly a quarter of grant opportunities just because we don't have the capacity to write them. We have included a new fund development specialist who will support the sustainability of the department and its programs to reduce the strain on program staff who often write for their own programs, working to support their programs. Secondly, given the unique nature of our operations and funding sources, we are prioritizing a study to be conducted by an outside consultant to evaluate the health fund, as well as to study and analyze the cost-benefit of grant awards. Next, to ensure compliance with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, we have included coverage of indirect costs for housing authority programs. And last but not least, we seek to prioritize critical public health programs that we are required to maintain, including our TB clinic and HIV programming. The FY24 budget request includes a little over $80,000 for an X-ray technician, as well as X-ray equipment operations and maintenance to continue to provide mandated TB screening. We are the only TB provider in the city, and treatment, as well as HIV ambulatory outpatient screening. Moving into our challenges, many of these you've heard already last year, but they continue to be challenges this year. So funding sustainability has been an ongoing challenge for the health department because grants can be as little as 1 year. They usually max out at about 3 years. Every once in a while we get one that's a little bit longer. So, basically we continue to try and manage that and continue to apply for them. An example of this is our COVID funds. Our COVID grant funds are projected to be spent out by the end of this calendar year. And let me remind you, COVID is back. Our communicable disease surveillance and control team, which included 9 employees prior to the pandemic, had increased to more than 100 employees during COVID. When our grants run out, the team will shrink to 23. This is more than 9, but we have a lot of other things facing us. This is particularly concerning given the increases in hospital-associated infections stemming from antibiotic-resistant organisms, as well as an increase in other foodborne and communicable disease outbreaks, such as hepatitis A, typhus, shigellosis, legionellosis, and other respiratory diseases. Our second financial challenge, as I've shared in the past and at the Budget Oversight Committee, is that our grants do not fully cover operations. Their total operations, especially when we're taking in our indirect and technology costs. Prior to the pandemic, we were able to absorb these costs in our state realignment funding, our only source of flexible funding in the health fund group. The pandemic brought in significant grant dollars, so did homeless services and violence prevention, which is great, but it comes with increasing costs and costs that exceed our realignment funding capacity. Our local city costs continue to grow while realignment funding has remained fairly stagnant over the past many years. Another important challenge is depicted in the image of the 2 funnels. Outreach works to build relationship and trust, but it's essential that we have the services available to back it up. Unless we can expand services, increasing outreach and engagement will result in people willing to accept services without the capacity to provide those services. This is especially relevant in our work with people experiencing homelessness and those needing behavioral health services. These 2 populations rely on building trust. If we outreach to someone who accepts substance use treatment, for example, shelter beds or other services, and we can't actually provide them quickly, we lose that person's trust, and we often have to start over again. We continue to work to strengthen our partnerships, especially with LA County, in an effort to increase county-run and/or funding programs within the city. We are also working to make sure new policies, programs, and requests are sufficiently resourced by hiring and maintaining staff to meet all new funding requirements. We currently have a 27% vacancy rate department-wide and a 45% vacancy rate among budgeted positions in our homeless services. We have a number of bureaus that are at a 25% vacancy rate. Clinical, financial, housing specialists, and environmental health positions are the most difficult to fill at this time. Data modernization is also a challenge. To do our work effectively and to meet the upcoming state mandate, we must focus on data modernization. This effort is costly and complicated. However, when completed, it will set our department up for success when attempting to bill outside government agencies for services, as well as better coordinate services for people walking through our doors. We do have many opportunities as well. We are looking forward to FY24 to provide opportunities to expand our work and further strengthen our services. We'll be completing a realignment of our programs in the department to better serve patients in our clinical spaces and better prepare for state-led population health initiatives such as CalAIM. While data modernization is a challenge, it's also an opportunity to more seamlessly exchange data among local, regional, state, and national partners. We'll continue to track state-led and county efforts to expand access to behavioral health services and plan to contribute the implementation of the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. We continue to leverage state and federal workforce infrastructure support, including funding for staff training, as well as recruitment, retention, and workforce pipeline activities. And we are building upon our work over the last 2 years addressing workplace wellness for the health department team by continuing to work with our mental health consultant that started with us during the COVID pandemic. We also look forward to supporting staff with a wellness coordinator who started with us just last week. We continue to build partnerships across our system and look forward to further growing partnerships around homeless services and through the rollout of our early childhood hub. We are planning to implement activities from the opioid settlement funds as well. In the next year, it will fund a youth campaign in partnership with LBUSD, LBCC, Long Beach State, and our Office of Youth Development, as well as to work to increase access to Narcan, access to fentanyl and xylazine test strips, and fund a community-based organization to provide services such as syringe exchange and medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder. We continue our equity work through the department, giving the importance of community voice in equity efforts. We're looking forward to the launch of our Community Advisory Board to inform department operations, policies, and procedures to ensure these operations, policies, and procedures are strengthening our work with communities and not unintentionally causing harm. We are also conducting 3 localized needs assessments focused on our Filipino, Cambodian, and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander communities. That will be this year. Next year, we'll be adding our Black and LGBTQIA2S+ communities. These needs assessments will provide important localized data that has not been available to us in the past. And finally, we'll be updating several strategic plans, including Everyone Home 2.0, HIV and STI, older adult, and early childhood strategic plans. We look forward to engaging the community, organizational partners, and all of you in these processes, as well as in sharing the findings. These processes will help shape our work in the coming years and highlight our goals. I thank you for this opportunity to share more about the department, its many efforts, challenges, and opportunities. I also want to say a huge thank you to our Health and Human Services team for making everything I just shared possible. They're truly committed, smart, passionate, innovative, help you, everybody, kind, caring bunch, and nearly 600 strong. So that concludes my presentation, and I will turn it over to the next presenter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have more presentations?
We have one more, so
One
we're going to
more.
do 4 today. I know it's a lot, but this is our last night to do these. This is Development Services is the last one.
And
then,
how many people are here for Development Services? All right, it's a few of us.
We got
All
some.
right, come on
Yeah.
in, Christopher. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, yeah. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I know you've been through many presentations, so I do appreciate your time and attention. It's not super easy to go after you know, parks that provide people joy and libraries that provide wisdom and 600 employees that keep us all alive. But I think that here in Development Services, we do contribute to the built environment that we all want to see here in the city for all of our residents. And I'm excited to talk about the work we do in the department, and with your help, what we can do in the year ahead. I'm joined at the table by April Apodaca, who's our Financial Services Officer, who made all of this possible in our budget application here. And in the audience is our new Deputy Director, Luis Ramirez, as well as our Bureau Manager over Admin and Financial Services, Lisa Fall. So what do we do in Development Services? We oversee physical development. If you go out in our city and you touch a building, there has been an interaction between Development Services and that building. We create planning policies, reviews, and approvals that translate to housing that people need, the grocery store where they buy food. We do building code updates, plan review, and construction inspections that assure that the built environment is safe, reliable, and meets people's needs. We provide service to our customers and we support them with thousands of interactions every month. We improve the quality of life. We use the power of code enforcement to turn abandoned buildings into beautiful new structures. We clean up illegal activity. We finance and oversee the construction of affordable housing. And we do neighborhood improvements, big and small, from facilitating a neighborhood cleanup to doing a full transformation of a corridor. And we're very proud of our accomplishments. So one big accomplishment from the last year had to do with looking internally so we could better serve externally. We completed a departmental strategic plan that was all about certain key focus areas, empowering our workforce, the people that make the work possible, leading with technology, and replacing outdated systems that don't serve us well, focusing on core services. There are many things we do in Development Services. We can't do anything, and if we strive to do too many things too broadly, we'll do all of them okay. But our goal is to focus on our core services, deliver that to the community, and every service that we do provide, to provide it with excellence. We're looking at demystifying Development Services. What the heck does that mean? What do we do? Why does it matter? We need to communicate that internally. We need to communicate that externally. And we're looking at institutionalizing equity. My goal as the director of this department is to put our equity team out of business, because equity should be part of what every person on staff does, not what a committee does that meets on the third Thursday in a conference room does. So over the last year, we have some major accomplishments and new initiatives and policy. We completed the general plan noise element, something that had not been done since the 1970s. We completed an award-winning race and suburbanization historic context statement that, by looking back at how the city developed, not just in terms of architecture or notable buildings, but in terms of positive and negative aspects of our history, it helps us move forward and understand where we go from here. And we're updating regulations for parking and other requirements so that businesses can flourish, and we're embracing change, understanding that the rules of the marketplace and the challenges our city face are different in the post-COVID era than they were in the pre-COVID era. For many of our businesses, a completely different operating environment. I'm very proud of our pre-approved accessory dwelling unit program, and we have new applications coming in today, and that was a partnership with council. We've made substantial progress on other rezoning programs, including our zone-in efforts, including completion in the west side of town and major progress in the central part of town, and nearing completion in the north part of town. Housing and community support. You know, when we did Budget on the Road and when we do other outreach, housing and homelessness is what people care about, right? So I'm very proud of 970 housing units. I've been in this field a long time, but only been with the city 8 years. You know, we were at a fraction of this not too long ago. So as council and through the work of the department should be very proud of where we are on housing starts. We entitled our first project on the southeast part of town in Councilmember Duggan's district. We approved a new specific plan for Century Villages on the west side. We completed construction of the bridge housing project on Anaheim, and we approved funding for 4 new developments, 219 families whose lives will be transformed through affordable housing. But it's not just about big projects. It's about 573 trees that volunteers planted with the department's help, 88 different cleanup events with dedicated volunteers, and facilitating, helping Public Works in those cleanup events remove over 1,600 tons of debris. Our bread and butter, our core service, is facilitating development. We completed more than 5,400 plan checks. We issued more than 12,000 project permits. That's more than 1,000 per month. That equates to a valuation just under 500 million. That's important because of the meaning of all those buildings, but that's also property tax revenue recurring to the city. We're developing digital services for various permit submittals and inspection appointment scheduling. Our technology is a major challenge, but also a major opportunity to improve over time. We're embracing change. So that's technology, which I've mentioned, but it's also engaging with our customers differently. So the picture on the screen is an open house we did for frequent customers. We did this, I think, in May. It'll be the first of many. It had not been done before, but that sort of interaction with our residents, yes, but also with our frequent customers that come to what we call the counter, which is our Development Services Center, is really important to the work we do here in the department. We did a lot of work with our customers about updates to the building code, and I'm really excited to work in a city that embraces housing and that has been so successful with ADUs. We are the Southern California leader in ADU construction. We do express permits for garage conversions. We make the ADU process straightforward, and we're now working with our new pre-approved development plans. So we're about an $88 million department. As you'll see on the screen, the general fund only makes up 7% of what we do here in development services. That primarily funds code enforcement and a few other items. All of our development review activities fund themselves through charges, and then we also pursue grants from state and federal sources. The FTEs, you'll notice we're proposing to go from 137 to 156. We're not at 137 though. We have a startling rate of vacancy, and we'll talk about that more soon. So what are our budget requests about? It's about increasing staff to do great customer service, to be able to have a permanent ombudsperson, which is something this council funded as part of the Recovery Act, and we'd like to make that structural, not use recovery funds anymore because those will be depleted, but use departmental funds to have an empowered individual that helps residents and businesses navigate the permit process. And even if we make our process perfect and digital, it's a big city and it's a big number of permits, and there's going to be things that fall through the cracks or that are unusual, or customers that need special help or attention, and we think that this position is critical to meeting that need. We're creating 4 new positions in planning, including a new zoning administrator, 2 planners, and an intern. Structurally, this is very important, not just to provide the service, but to be able to have quality control and supervision within the delivery of what we call current planning services. And our biggest increases are in building and safety, and that's to process the volume of projects, whatever may be happening in the national economy or in the macro economy. Here in Long Beach, we've been busy. I think over the last year, everyone in Long Beach has contemplated either a kitchen remodel, an ADU in their backyard, a room addition, or other project, or at least as it seemed. We've seen very high volumes of permit activity, and that's wonderful, and that's something we should encourage, and we need the staff to process those projects. So we're also looking at how do we provide the best code enforcement service that we can. So there's 2 different types of code enforcement cases. There's ones that are super straightforward. You did construction without permits, or you have weeds and you need to remove them. Those cases, we start with education. We ask the property to come into compliance. If they don't come into compliance, we have a system of fines and penalties. The more difficult cases are what we call nuisance cases. So that relates to some type of behavior. That could be a business that is loud, or that its customers spill out into an adjacent property. It can involve coordination between the code enforcement staff and law enforcement, city attorney, outside agencies such as ABC. These cases are incredibly difficult and resource intensive, but incredibly important to the communities that we serve, and we're asking for an additional position to work on those very difficult cases. We can't do all of those frontline services without our back of house services. So we are asking for administrative positions that will help us hire the workforce of tomorrow, retain the workforce of tomorrow, and motivate that same workforce. We're working to acquire a finance and communications specialist to be able to achieve our mission. And there's a number of realignments and adjustments that you find in the budget book itself. So what does the future hold? You know, we're really looking at continuing the path that we're on, not taking a different path. So that means continuing the rezoning work we've done citywide, continuing the work we just started in Council District 1 on the downtown shoreline and the downtown plan, and those other signature opportunities around the city. But it's about implementing the department's own strategic plan, hiring, training, and retaining employees. Last month we were at a 30% rate of vacancy. We have done some hiring in the last couple weeks, so we're down to 28%, but we can't, Council, we're producing amazing results in this department, but we cannot continue to do that with this level of vacancy. We're trying to realign ourselves and remove non-core services so that we can excel at our core services, and we're trying to integrate equity, as I spoke about before. And we're really focused on community. So to that end, we'll be, with your approval, changing the name of the department to the Community Development Department. We don't just serve developers. We provide services to all of the community. And we also want to be clear about that connection between our mission and our staff and what we do, and also have a name that's more reflective of industry standards here in the state of California and what departments that do this type of work are typically called. This name provides a better opportunity to align with our new mission, and it also gives us an opportunity to go back out to community and civic organizations and business organizations and everyone and reintroduce ourselves to them and really talk about the work we do and why it's important and how they can become involved. So we are not without our challenges. Challenges 1 through 10 are all personnel related. Retaining, attracting, training, talented planning, engineering, and inspection staff is important, but really it's all positions, from accounting clerk to senior inspector. We need help filling our positions. And then once we bring folks in, that is an influx of new staff, and we need to be able to train them. We're going through the process now to upgrade or replace legacy software systems, and we're operating within a increasingly complex system of state rules and a litigious and complex regulatory environment. I'm excited about the opportunities ahead. I know that the department's employees are all excited about the contribution they make and will continue to make to the city. So that is reflected, we think, by the department investing in its workforce and adding staff to reduce overtime and improve resiliency in our system, enhancing customer service, to have staff available to serve the public as they rightfully expect, and increasing the efficiency by allowing staff to concentrate on tasks within their classification rather than covering for positions that are currently vacant. We see the resources requested in the budget and the realignment as accomplishing the goals that you as a council all talked about when you set goals, when you talked about housing and homelessness and your other goals. We see it as improving our own processes, re-engaging with the community, and aligning and communicating that work that we're doing in a more consistent and cohesive manner. So with that, I'll close, and I think all of the directors are ready for your questions.
All right, thank you, Tom. How are we going to do this? We normally like to bring them all up in case we have questions, so we don't have to reset, but I only see 3 seats.
I think we'll have them all. We can play musical chairs, so we'll have all 4 available in their team, and ask your questions, and we'll answer them.
Okay, great. Any additional comments, Tom?
No, I know that was a lot for them to present, and I really appreciate the community's patience, but they do incredible work, and this is the detail that we get into at the budget level. So they're do really, really big programs, proud of their work. They also want to outline their challenges and their opportunities, so we appreciate the time, and thank you very much.
Absolutely, thank you. Well, folks, we're going to have a little bit of our council discussion. A couple things. I know it's a lot of people here. I saw all the hands go up. We're going to encourage the council members. Let's be efficient here because we know it's a lot of people speaking. And then when we get to the public comment part, I'm going to ask you to do the same. I'll start with, it's great that all 4 of these critically important departments are starting off with no cuts. And that in and of itself, the fact that we're able to manage your programs in a situation where just 6 months ago we were talking about facing down a $47 million budget deficit. So this could have been a very different conversation. And instead, we've identified innovative ways to do things like make library hours structural, which were funded on a one-time basis last year, and meet the demand of the ongoing emergencies. just a few things to highlight. I truly appreciate the spirit and the tone here on parks. Love to see the continued focus on things like be safe and making those things structural. Be safe is something we've always fought to be a one-time part of the budget, but it's great to see this structural in this budget. And that we're investing in the other things that people come to the council meeting and talk about, Hoops After Dark. So the fact that Hoops After Dark is there and we can continue to invest in those programs for youth are incredibly important. And just in general, the spirit of let's get our whole city ready. Let's make sure all our whole city and our parks we're proud of our parks through the Gold Medal refresh. So thanks a lot to just the general spirit of community that we see from Parks and Recreations. In terms of health, like, Kelly, obviously health is incredibly important department. We love that this budget talks about, what we have had to do over these last few months around the homeless emergency, which is really plus up our capacity. We had to go up to a different weight class. The challenges we had on homelessness, although we've been a city with a public health department for many, many years, we had to build up our capacity. And it's great to see the additional services that are there to meet our new capacity, because we're going to have to operate more shelters than we've ever had. Youth navigation centers and additional motels that have come online. We have to be ready to meet that moment. And thanks for, localizing mental health has been a priority for me and for this council for the last couple years, and it's great to finally be in a place where we can begin to implement, the mental health strategic plan in the city that we've talked about. And youth development is incredibly important, so that's why I was, proud to make that recommendation to plus up that department. So all around good things with parks and health. Community development. First of all, I'll just say thank you for just stepping up. The community, this administration and this council, we care about the community, and it's important to put community first and to rebrand your department. And you have our support as a new director, heading this important direction. And I think that more departments and community groups that support departments should just acknowledge where we're going as a community. We care about the community, we care about diversity, we care about our culture, and it's important to lead in the way that we're named. And so going to the community development department is important to Long Beach. I also know that all the things that we care about, from if we're gonna build housing, if we're gonna get our economy on track and move forward, you're an important part of the strategic growth of our city. So I'm proud to see the enhancements to our planning staff, and we will do what we have to do, because everyone talked about vacancies. The city council will do what we have to do to make sure that we address this challenge over this next year once and for all, so that we can have the staffing that we need to do the big jobs that you all have. And then finally, with libraries, we're glad to see that we're able to, structurally improve. So thank you so much. Structurally support those enhancements to hours of service. Love just all the creativity that continues to come out. Like, the Youth Poet Laureate, we started this concept, but we finally named some laureates this year. And I think it's important. When I first talked about Youth Poet Laureate, the question was, where's that gonna go? Right? Well, the role of libraries has been evolving, right? And yes, absolutely, Youth Poet Laureates, literacy, and it's art. There's an intersection there. And I love that you have culture in your second or whatever slide that really talked about that. I think that's incredibly important. It allows us to, to think about the important role there. And in terms of the steps that you're taking to think about library and its alignment with arts and culture, I'll say similarly that I said to Christopher. We care about the culture, we care about the community. That's not a special project. It doesn't belong in the city manager's office. City manager's has been there for a while, talking about things like cultural centers and thinking about arts. It has to have a home. And I think that as we continue to invest in libraries, and I'll tell you my perspective, having played a really big role in the Michelle Obama Library, that's a cultural center, and it's a library, and it's a workforce center. It serves a whole lot of needs in our community, and the people who know that the most are frontline librarians, because they deal with our community. And so I know you have to continue to have some conversations around this, but take this year to think about what it will look like when we visit cultural centers in other communities. They're in the library systems, right? And so let's think about how we can take this this direction of cultural centers that we've been engaging in for the last few years, starting off with African American cultural centers, and make it less of a special project, a good to have thing, and just acknowledge City Council shouldn't have to push for this every year. There should be a home that strategically thinks about these things moving forward with the same level of care and attention that we do with our libraries, because hopefully this is an addition. And so those are my sort of thoughts as the mayor to just lift up. And so I said that I was asking the council members to be expedient, and I wasn't. So don't let that be the example for today. So now we're going to go to council comments. We'll start with Councilmember Rick-Sody.
I will not feel compelled to agree or disagree with the mayor. Let me start with Parks, Recreation, and Marine Director. I just had a couple of questions for you. So one was, I was particularly interested in the section in the budget where you talked about the Animal Care Services Bureau, and you mentioned that you were going to be including one-time funding to address overcrowding issues in our animal shelter. Can you kind of lift that up and just talk about how you're going to use that funding?
Yeah, certainly. That's a good question, Councilwoman. So yeah, at Animal Care, we have a capacity limit that basically was a design facility about 2 decades ago. And we learned through the pandemic that there were some unusual circumstances that came into play. So I think our team has thought creatively, kind of out of the box in terms of things that we can do in the areas of like increasing spay and neutering and expanding our fostering program, because the more animals that we can prepare for either adoptability or for fostering helps obviously reduce the overcrowding issues. So it's really a combination of looking at our physical plant and also enhancing some of our staffing capabilities and our coordinators for both fostering and adoption that I think will be the bigger game changers.
Fantastic. And the last question is, you mentioned in the challenge being that your limited adaptive recreation programs. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. So I think citywide, we have a lot of opportunities to expand the programming that right now is focused primarily over at Stearns Park. We have the ARC program next door, and most of our adaptable recreation programs are centered there. But I think our entire recreation team can be more adaptable and look at introducing those same programs system-wide. I think we have that capability, but our staff team for community recreation services fluctuates from the peak in the summer through the course of the year. So I think our capabilities will be greater during the summer when we have more trained staff, but certainly we want to look at a 4-season approach to offer those type of programs for people of all abilities and age ranges throughout our system.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to move on to library services. Hello. I just have 2 comments to make. So one was, I was taking a look at your key measures, and something popped out at me, which was under key measures, it says the number of youth served through the library literacy development programs. And I was struck by the fact that it looks like we're up for like a 300% increase going from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 24 in our service delivery here. Can you talk a little bit about what's kind of infrastructure needs for that and why that has happened?
Sure. So Councilwoman, really, all credit goes to my staff. My staff are amazing. I see you. Really, our staff are incredible, and they've done amazing work creating partnerships with community groups, reaching across lines and reaching out to local schools and to other nonprofits to really build these relationships, to really expand and go beyond really the library walls to be able to offer our the wonderful work that library services does to more and more parts of the city. So I feel like really our staff is just has really taken that upon themselves to go beyond your regular story time and really been creative and really do things differently and really just getting out to different parts of the city. So I think that's a big part of it. Also, too, we've had some really great grant opportunities. We've got our Dive Into Learning program that's going on, our SEED STEAM ecosystem programming that's happening in different parts of the city. And so we're really just proud to be able to have those opportunities to be able to expand the service that we offer.
Fantastic. And for those of you who hadn't looked at the budget book, they went from serving 20,000 in fiscal year 22 to projecting serving 60,000 youth in fiscal year 24. So amazing work. And the last thing I wanted to mention, you can go ahead and clap. The last thing I wanted to mention was the focus on cultural enrichment, and I'm just going to throw a comment in there about the Michelle Obama Library. They've done these culture chats, which are really about cross-cultural community conversations, highlight different cultures. They did Vietnam, they did Ethiopia, they did Lebanon. The food was great. And they were fantastic. I had the opportunity to participate in each one of them and do the introduction, and the time and care that your staff took in putting those together and reaching out to the community groups to do the presentations was nothing less than stellar. So you all should be very proud.
Thank you.
Director Colopy, my fellow public health person. Oh wait,
Hey,
my 5 minutes is up.
you gotta
I'll
queue
queue
back
back
up.
up and we'll chat.
Thank you. Councilmember Uranga.
I don't plan to use the whole thing. I have more comments than anything else. I think that every department is doing a great job. And you showed it today in terms of where you're at and the fact that there are no cutback in services and no layoffs. That speaks volumes for the levels of work that each department is doing. And generally speaking, it also speaks to the fact that for the public, there's a lot of jobs out there. There's a lot of education that needs to be done. Please, please, please help us address our dropout rates, send kids to school, have them graduate, because jobs are just there. They're waiting. We want you. We need people to apply for jobs. And you can tell by the diversity of the people who are there in the desk and by the jobs that we have open that there's a lot of jobs in a lot of different areas available, not only with us in terms of the city, but everywhere else, generally speaking. So stay in school, please. The one thing that I want to emphasize is that every department has at least a 20+% vacancy rate. That's a lot, and that's why I'm making that comment. So going specifically to the departments, I'll get what I see over here. Development Services, you're doing a great job. You can just tell by the change in the coastline, by our buildings, by the coast that you're setting through. And specifically in my district, with the moratorium that you put there for the planning, the emphasis isn't housing, yes, but we also have to look at business development, and I think you're doing a good job in mixing both together, and we're looking forward to what more things you can do in the future. First, recreation, you're doing oh, by the way, it's in development services, you do need to know who you are. You need to brand yourself a little better so that people know exactly where you're at. Specifically, I think there's more people that need to know more about ADUs and how they can apply and get more ADUs into our neighborhoods. I think that's our future, is ADUs. Parks and Rec, great job. There's no understating the amount of effectiveness you've had with animal care services, top notch. But the most compelling improvement you've had is with the new parks, playgrounds, and when they're coming through. We had a great grand opening this past weekend with Admiral Kidd, and we've got more to come with state-of-the-art equipment for kids that addresses all levels of abilities and lesser abilities. So great work in Parks and Recreation, great work you're doing with them in terms of services that are provided. Library services, there's no understating also the fact that the sensitivity you're showing with our various diversity groups, with our cultures. Little Manila, close to my heart, close to my district. Little Manila is in my district. 7th district has the highest concentration of Filipinos, and you're getting that focus in the Filipino community. Understates? No, there's a better word for that. But anyway, it really brings the highlights of what we need to focus in on in terms of the diversity of Long Beach. And finally, I retired from Health and Human Services. I will never finish to my last breath that we need to institutionalize health and human services into our city family. But the work they're doing with the grants is phenomenal. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Under 5 minutes, and I'm real excited.
15 seconds to go. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you all, the directors, for your presentation. I love the way you broke it down into accomplishments first, because it's always really important to share, well, what have you done in this past year, and what you plan to do, and what's going to be some challenges. So I'll start out with Parks, Recs, Animal Services, and Marine, which is a lot. You know, it's been really amazing to see how much investment and you know, changes being made in the central Long Beach area around green space, especially as we'll be embarking on renovation in MacArthur Park and finishing up the Dream King Park vision plan. So we have Tuesday as the last day for more input. We wanted to make sure that there's as much opportunity as possible with the mayor as our special guest that day. You know, I'd love to figure out how we can make sure just, you know, the programs that we have at the parks, the recreation is so popular. My husband and I had our laptop out at 8 a.m. this morning, ready to enroll our 2 kids into aquatic program. Right at 8 a.m., we both got them in, just like that, but by the time we even went on, there was only 6 slots. So I just don't know if there's a way where we can make sure we have a few safe slots for those who may not have access to, like knowing how, because it's just like if you're not in within that first 5 minutes, by the time I finished, it was all completed. So I love to see if we can look through the ways that our programming are available to everyone, because it's just out by the time it's open for all other, you know, community, especially if they don't speak English as well, knowing how to access the internet and so forth. So anyway, I mean, overall, I'm just so proud of all of the amazing work and programming done, and that will continue to be done. I think that the first and foremost thing I hear the most that coming in my office about safety at the parks. So I know that we just gotten the park ambassador program off the way, which I think is creative, to figure out how do we provide eyes and ears on our parks. Can you give a quick update how that's going and what's going well and maybe some things to work on?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Councilwoman. So we have finishing our 3rd month of Park Ambassadors, so they were launched early in June, and they do make their way as a second shift, a team of 10, to 35 of our parks that have 55 of our freestanding restrooms. We also have small mini parks that are fenced and gated. So between approximately 10 p.m. and midnight, after they've already made their rounds for extra cleaning, any graffiti issues or fixture repairs, then they lock them up for the night. And this is really the first time we've ever been able to secure our restrooms overnight, so that in the next morning when they're reopened, they're very clean and welcoming for the park patrons. So it's been, knock on wood, a very good program so far.
Thank you for
Thanks for asking.
update. I look forward to hearing more about it. Just moving on to library services, I'm just grateful for all the work. We have 2 libraries in District 6. That's Mark Twain Library and Burnett Library. I'm really proud of the programming, the special collection we have in each of that. We have the African American Resource Collection at Burnett, and the Mark Twain Library, we have the Khmer Collection. And I think that already demonstrates we're already doing some level of cultural preservation and education work. And I really hope that we can see adding arts and culture as an opportunity to enhance services through partnerships as well, in that this is a way where we can increase learning and education in adding that component. And I look forward in the conversation and the ways that can evolve, so that really we're expanding the services or making people more aware that that's what you already do, actually. The other issue, again, on safety is that I know that we have had challenges similar to the Billie Jean Library and Mark MacArthur around safety. And I do appreciate that we're going to add additional support to figure out how to make our library a little bit more safer for everybody as we continue to figure out how to support and address the needs of our unhoused community at the same time. Moving on to Health and Human Services. I mean, there's just, again, so much that's done, all of the departments with so much work to do, but not as much capacity, and just want to appreciate all that's been done to address our, since we've been doing the state of emergency on homelessness was declared, the amount of people that's been served. And I just think that, first and foremost, the things that stand out to me is just the additional resources that will be placed in hiring mental health services staff, because that's been, I think, more and more the issues that we keep talking about. And I love to see how we'll continue to look at that kind of plan, or at least analysis that was done around services, to make sure we're connecting it back to our unhoused services around housing, as well as the mental health services as well.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Oh man, it goes really quick. I was
It
halfway
does.
through.
It does. Thank you. Councilwoman Carter.
Yes, thank you. I think one of the benefits to having these presentations all together is we see the interconnectedness of the work and the collaboration that happens across department, and I think that that's continuing to increase as we have lessons learned, both out of COVID and out of necessity of hiring issues. And so I think the slide that Library Services provided that talked about information access, learning, cultural enrichment, community connection, technology, that those are themes that work throughout the 4 presentations. And I'm really grateful that there really is a focus, especially around community engagement. Director Kuntz, you weren't here last time when I called out and I thanked your office, and you mentioned it today, that we live in a region with a huge housing crisis. And the numbers that your department is actively working on and has helped in terms of building affordable units is unmatched in the region. And I'm really grateful for the team continuing to seek out funding and be innovative in ways of making those dollars stretch to get to the heart of what is the issue around our unhoused community, which is building more housing. So thank you for that. I'll just have a few brief comments because I know we've got lots of folks who want to share. For our Parks, Recreation, Marine, and Animal Care Services, again, nothing's new. I love having briefings with all of you to be able to talk about the good work that you're doing, and I want to thank you for your continued advocacy for the replanting of our urban forest as we continue to do that good work, the asking for the allocations of funds and finding funds within existing spaces to replace the trees that we've lost. We know at this point we're still removing probably more trees than we're replacing, and we have a lot of work to do, but your continued focus and advocacy for that has been really helpful. We have one park in District 5 that lost 25% of its trees because of the need to care for our urban forest. And so when you lose 48 trees out of 200, it makes a huge difference. So the commitment to find funding and asking other entities to partner with us has been really important, so thank you for that. In terms of animal care, Councilmember Ricks Odie already talked about the one-time funding for investment, and you spoke to it, but even the increased positions to support the work, I think, is really critical. A lot of lessons learned, again, over COVID. As someone who cares deeply about our furry friends, as someone who has been an active foster for 6 years of puppies and parvo pups who have come from animal care, I know that the work is critical and the team is working really hard on that. So I appreciate the ask for more support. That's also a through line through all of the departments, is the need for additional folks on the back end to help with grant funded programs, to help with those things that people are doing 2 and 3 and 4 jobs each. And that is consistent in the Health Department, Development Services. Mr. City Manager, I think you're hearing very clearly that that is an area of concern, not just to the council, but all of the departments. And for as much as our departments want to do even more excellent work, that we're going to need to really work on those vacancy rates. And I appreciate you making that a priority as well. I am always grateful for the Health Department and for Library Services. You're doing incredible work. $37 million out of $47 million in grant funding is incredible work at an amazing capacity. I know that we even just recently have lost some folks who do incredible work with our unhoused community in the city, and so really imploring, as Councilmember Uranga said, folks who are passionate about it and who want to do the work, please apply. We need good people working within our community to do the work. So if you're on social media, you see the alerts of the openings we have in Development Services and the Health Department and Parks and Recreation and in Library Services, from library aides to general librarians. So I will echo that call for come and join the team. You know what? And I'll leave it there because we got a lot of talking to do.
With a minute to spare?
Right.
What? Okay, all right.
We got a lot of talking to do.
All right, we got some masterclass game. Vice Mayor Allen.
Yes, thank you. And just big kudos to all of the directors that presented. I have to say, I'm super impressed. You know, back in the days when I was a city employee, I never came out. So it says a lot about your leadership and all of your, so many of your employees that have come out today to support your presentation. So I'm really impressed by that. Director Brent Dennis, you are just, you know, you're incredible. You're out there everywhere. I'm so impressed with your accomplishments. I think the Park Ambassador Program has been huge. The new restrooms, the doors that have gone in, the painted tables at Bixby Park, and the work at Rose Park is just, it's all wonderful. And just thank you on behalf of the residents of CD2. I'm also eager to see important programs like Be Safe be structurally, funded at all the sites, in next year's budget. That would be great. And then the allocation of the one-time funding for the mobile recess is great. And I know that you have done a lot of great programs at Rose Park. I see your folks out there, and just so appreciative. And I will continue to support those efforts. And maybe there could even be a possibility that we could have something on Miracle on 4th Street. I don't know if we could ever get something in there, but that would be great to consider. And then Director Kathy DeLeon, I love the libraries, and I think I'm so proud of the council, what everyone did last year in structurally funding the library. So just proud of all your accomplishments. 1,500 hotspots and Chromebooks that were loaned out. That's just really great stuff. So thank you for all of your hard work, and I know you gave credit to a lot of your team that's here. So thank you all for that. And then Director Kelly Colopy, you're like, superwoman, rock star, and my goodness, all the stuff that you have done. And over the last couple of years, it's just amazing. I don't think that we can ever thank you enough for your commitment and your leadership. I do have a question. So in the budget, it says there's $60,000 allocated for 100 days of operating for a shower and a restroom. And so it says it's $1,000 a day. But how do we get 100 days of operation out of 1,000 if only 60,000 is budgeted? And we don't have to answer it right now. You can get back with me if you have.
Generally, it depends on where it is and how much it's being serviced and things like that. So I think when it's in full service and operations, it's more. When it's being utilized a little bit less. So we'll be looking at that. I can get back with you more clearly, but that's generally it depends on how much maintenance and things it costs, because the primary costs are the maintenance and service.
So that 60,000 then is enough to operate for those.
Yeah, so it's going to start at 702 Anaheim, where they'll be easier, I think, to do the maintenance, and then as it becomes more accessible, it'll become more.
Awesome, thank you so much. And then Christopher Kuntz, he's just a rock star. We get to, do my briefings with you, and just there's so many accomplishments. I'm not even going to begin in my minute and 20 seconds, but just kudos for all that you have done. I'm definitely pleased to see the expansion of our Neighborhood Service Bureau to assist with grants. And the first-time home buyer program, I've been pushing that since I've got elected. So just really great. Thank you all for all of your hard work. And we just really, really are fortunate to have each of you leading our respective departments. Thank you.
The Vice Mayor has a minute to spare. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. First of all, great presentations for all departments. I think that we're very happy, very lucky to have each and every one of the directors in that director position. I think that together we work so great. Parks and Marines, Parks, Recreation and Marines, Director Dennis. I am just so thrilled with your willingness to think out of the box and a willingness to be creative with your team and bring about positive change to our parks. There's nothing like being able to go to one of our local parks and just enjoy the neighborhood and the neighbors, and that's really what we all want, is safe and nice parks that we can enjoy. And so really, really happy to that you've always been there to answer my call from every park that I call you about, and your staff is amazing and wonderful to work with. So thank you very much. I know you always give kudos to your staff. You always tell me it's not just me, it's my staff, and I really do appreciate that. And so I am reminded to also thank your staff for doing amazing. And let's keep moving in that direction. I know that there's always challenges, right? But one of the things that I really liked in this presentation is that you outlined some of the challenges I'm always, in front of, and that's to find playgrounds that are accessible for all. And I know that just in the fact that you put it down as a challenge means that you're paying attention to it, and that it's something that we're working towards, making sure that our parks are very inclusive. I think is something that is always going to be important to me, and I like seeing that in the presentation. Even if it is as a challenge, to me it says we're working towards that. We acknowledge it is a challenge, but that's what we want to aspire to. So thank you very much. Library services, I can't say enough about all the wonderful programming that comes out of our library services. I'm just so super excited about, moving forward with so many exciting new things that are coming, especially, here in the district at Billie Jean King Library. I think that the announcement that was made earlier to be able to provide funds to be able to address some of the issues at Billie Jean King Library is so important, especially because it's in the gateway to the city, and it's gonna not only help us here at Billie Jean King Library, but most importantly, it's gonna help those individuals that are in the Billie Jean King Library space to get services and get help that they so need. So I'm really excited about that. I'm really excited about all the cultural events that are put on by the library services. And of course, I know that's going to continue, but I just love the fact that so much gets invested, and it's an actual thing that it's intentional, and I really like to see that. Health department, I can't say enough about the health department either. I mean, we've we're still trying to get out of this pandemic, and I am just so thrilled that we had you, Director Calapi, to lead us through this and help us through this. It's been very important. There's many things that the health department touches upon, and you seem to be very wise about a lot of things, and being able to be open to being willing and open to think outside the box is also something that that is very important, and you continue to do that while making sure that we keep our residents healthy and safe, and that's very important. Thank you so much, Director Kuntz, for the presentation as well. It is so important to build community together, and just being able to have this development services be able to provide opportunities for growth for our community is very important. And I thought I was going to be quick and short, but
No worries.
Thank
you
you.
so much. Just cue back up, council member. All right, we're going to our second round of comments. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
All right, Health Department. So I just wanted to lift up a couple of things, and I have a couple of questions. So one is, I just wanted to lift up the fact that, right under your core services in the book, you talked about ensuring safe physical and social environments as active participants in the public safety continuum through public health emergency preparedness, violence prevention, and family support. And I always want to lift that up because I think people forget that is part of the role of the health department, right, is that we are really part of, and I say we because I'm an epidemiologist, we are part of the public safety continuum. I know you mentioned this a little bit, just talking about some of the challenges around the environment, around bringing in grants and the overhead and kind of administrative support that those require. And one of the things that you talked about in your presentation was about realignment dollars. And I'm not sure that everybody understands what realignment dollars are, so I just wanted, hope you could give a little bit on that.
Sure. Realignment dollars are state dollars that were, a long time ago, they were realigned from the state to local health jurisdictions to cover programs that were realigned from the state to locals. So it actually moved with the set of programs. It's allowed for more flexibility, but it really is still a focus for public health dollars. And so, I think about the sort of core public health functions such as public health emergency management, our clinical programs, communicable disease, chronic disease management, environmental health, our lab, our public health lab, our clinical services, HIV and STD. There's so much that falls within that foundational piece, as well as the sort of surveillance, data, policy design, all those. So there's a sort of foundational concept of what public health is. So the realignment is sort of geared toward that, that space. It doesn't have a specific program that it funds, like different jurisdictions use it differently. For us, it funds a whole lot of things in terms of a lot of our administration, but also it does fund our lab, it does help fund our clinics, it helps fund our public health nurses and others. So it's a very important thing for us. Because it has some flexibility, we've also been able to use it in the past to help meet the unfunded cost of grants. And so that's that piece. So when a grant comes in and they say, we'll pay you 10% for admin and overhead, and it costs us 30% for admin and overhead, we've been able to meet that difference with the realignment funding. When COVID came, we got $40 million more, which is fabulous, right? We got a whole lot of millions of dollars in homelessness. We've raised almost, $5 to $10 million in violence prevention, but that pot of funds didn't grow. And so the difference is the fact that those funds keep coming in, which we love, but now we have to figure out how to meet that because there's no other flexible source of funding within the health department portfolio to meet it.
And then kind of building on that, I saw that one of your key measures was the number of clinical service visits, and those are all the kind of services that we expect around the health department, right? Immunization, sexually transmitted diseases, tuberculosis, family planning, all of that. And I see that the target for fiscal year 23 was to service 15,000 individuals, and it looks like we hit about half of that. That's the estimate. Can you talk a little bit about why that was?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, during COVID, of course, we were operating at a much lower level, and it has taken us some time to start to build up knowledge, of our existence and things. The other is that we are just now getting to better capacity. We were operating our clinics at about half capacity in terms of staffing for a while. We have been able to pull in a couple additional nurses and MAs, and so our goal now is to expand those services as much as we can and really do more outreach and things. So that's where that came from.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And then Director Kuntz, just a couple of questions for you, and then one thing just I wanted to highlight. I wanted to thank you for, as part of your presentation, really uplifting the institutionalization of equity. I think that's really fantastic, and I think sometimes people don't necessarily think of equity and development services together or community development together, so I'm just really thankful that, that you lifted that up. In the budget book, you talk about you wanting to simplify customer experience. You said the Permit Center will continue streamlining its one-stop shop approach by integrating services provided by several city departments. Can you talk a little bit about what that means?
Sure. So oftentimes the customer doesn't know, as it should be, we want to offer a seamless experience. But when you come to the counter, which is the second floor of the Civic Center building where we are here, and you want to remodel your kitchen, you're probably not coming, your contractor is coming, and they're going to interact with folks at development services from our building group and from our planning group. But they're also going to interact with some customer service folks from our business license who work for the financial management department, because you can't pull a building permit unless the contractor has a valid business license. So that's an easy project. If you're building a giant project, you probably have to rebuild the curb and the gutter and all of those things. Those are not even on your property. That's on the city property. So you're going to interact with someone from our public works department as well, and you're going to interact with more senior folks from our engineering group, not just the frontline building staff. So those handoffs are really important, and they're also a source of friction. They're where things can go wrong. They're where the customer can feel like they were sent in the wrong place. And if the technology doesn't work right, and when you go from planning to business license or public works, and the employee calls you forward and the plans aren't correct on the screen, or they have no earthly idea what you're talking about because the information didn't translate, then we failed. So the idea is, one, how can we limit those handoffs as much as possible? But two, to the degree that they are necessary, how can the information flow perfectly? How can be a seamless experience? And how can the customer walk away in one trip successfully, rather than being told you need to come back, or you need to call this number, or we'll get in touch with you, we can't tell you when. We want them to have a successful, so it's easy to describe, but all of that requires, programming and back of house systems to work perfectly. They don't work perfectly today. We're able to deliver really good customer service because of the people. And what we'd like to be able to do is deliver good service because of the people and the process and the technology, and have all three work hand in hand. That's not where we are today. That's where we're going.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, I'm proud to re-queue with Councilwoman Rixodi here. So I have a question about, back to Director Colopy. I was talking about mental health services because I think that violence prevention has been an ongoing, priority for the department. It kind of is indicated by investing in youth and leadership development, but can you talk a little bit more about what other investment this coming year is going to be done for continuous violence prevention, promoting safety work, peace over violence?
Sure. So we have an RFP just closed around our Safe Passages program, so we'll be expanding that to additional neighborhoods within the city. We have an RFP, which I believe just closed, for the expansion of our Peacekeepers CalVIT program into North Long Beach and sort of central East Long Beach. So that'll expand beyond the Washington neighborhood. So we're looking forward to that opportunity. The Long Beach Advancing Peace will continue, though that is funded through the reconciliation funding, the racial equity and reconciliation funding that we have. So there are a number of different efforts there, as well as partnerships with other departments. I think the work that we're doing with parks and libraries and with the police department, in terms of different ways that we can prevent violence ongoing. We're also looking at, part of the mental health report is to look at young people, right? To be able to address and prevent mental health conditions among young people, which can lead to areas of violence in others. So that is a key focus for us going forward. So it all connects under what I see as violence prevention, but very specifically were the things I shared with you earlier.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that given all of the many priorities that we always ensure that we're putting time and as well as thought and planning for violence prevention. The last, excuse me, Director Coons. So I like the department even better now that it's named. Sorry, I just started getting sorry, let me just try to finish this. Sorry. Can I reclaim my time there, Mayor?
See how much you need.
No, okay. So I like the department now even more now that it's called Community Services, because I think that you just really touch on a key important point around institutionalizing equity, because many don't know that neighborhood services program is in your department and so many other programming that helps develop community. And so I'm hoping that this will do what you say, which is to demystify the service and department, to really lift up that you're really, in the end of the day, as much as it's helping people get permit, it's contributing to helping in human development and services, and promoting, in some instances, some level of peace as well, if we're able to get these better neighborhood programs. So I just have one last question for you. That's really my last comment or time is, how are you thinking about how you will rebrand and improve communication so that it is really getting into the community, so that they really know how you're demystifying the services, the department?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, council member. So, I think it's about doing the work, but also sort of about how we communicate. So our hope over the next fiscal year is to go to every neighborhood association, every civic association like the Rotary and Kiwanis, to go to BIDS and business associations and other groups. But not to say, hi, we're here to talk about the rezoning on Anaheim, or hi, we're here to take your opinion about ADUs. We're going to go and we're going to talk about, hi, we're from the Community Development Department. This is what we do. We think we're doing it well, but we can do it even better. We want to be your partner, and we just want to introduce ourselves. So it's about those human connections, but it's also about changing the whole method of how we communicate. So in the department for many years, we produced these amazing annual reports. The mayor's seen them, some council members have seen them. We've spent a small fortune on them. It's great architectural art, but until we made some changes a couple years ago, they didn't have pictures of people in them. They had pictures of buildings. They seem to be very focused on downtown. And we've really changed that approach. So if you look at our annual report, first of all, it's digital and it's not something that is printed and sits in boxes in a storage room. It's something that then translates to social media and how people communicate with us. And the pictures have people in them. And those people are those in the neighborhoods that we serve, and they're our own employees that make this transformative work possible. So the work we do may translate to buildings that people live in or work in, but it really is about the people. So we have a whole communication staff that I am going to task with reintroducing ourselves and our people and our mission to all the different groups in this city.
Thank you. Councilmember Duggan.
Thanks so much for the presentations tonight. I want to keep this short, so I'm not going to reiterate what my council colleagues have said or asked, but each of your departments has done great work, and I've really enjoyed getting to work with each of you. And we need to address the vacancies in all of these departments, and I think we're going to look at more ways to address this when it's a problem. Briefly, Director Dennis, each of your bureaus offers such great work, but I have to highlight beach maintenance this past weekend. They really helped to build up the beach really helped out. So I want to call them out. Yeah. Director De Leon, so many community members rely on library services. I was so glad to read to the children and meet the parents who came to Brewitt Library a couple of weeks ago. It meant a lot for them to sit there and have a program by your staff, and it really was exceptional. I'm excited to help celebrate the 75th anniversary this weekend at Brewitt. Director Kuntz, thank you for all the community development work you already do. We had a business mixer on Anaheim put on by the Neighborhood Leadership Program within the Neighborhood Services Bureau. So the new name fits much better. It does. And Director Colopy, your department does so many important things for our city, and you partner with so many different departments across the city. We couldn't do this without you in our emergency. I have one question for you. I see funding's been set aside for an environmental health specialist too, a vehicle and related costs for education and enforcement of sidewalk vendors. Will any other environmental health specialist be taking on some of this responsibility to educate and enforce new regulations when they come about, or will this be a more specialized position to street vendors?
No, all the positions, right? All of our, all of our inspectors, all of people who are out there, they go out in teams. You know, everybody's going to be out there doing the education, but what we really wanted to make sure is that we had additional resources to be able to coordinate the different, the different visits, making sure the information remains up to date, helping to work with street vendors around permitting and others. So everybody will be educated, everybody will be educating while they are out there, but we needed someone that was more specific in that role.
That's great. Do you have any vacancies in these positions?
We do. I can't tell you exactly how many though, but we do have some vacancies in our environmental health specialists, yes.
How many do you have right now that are filled? Do you know about?
I think we have 7 or 8 that are filled, but I can get back to you.
And just their hours. So if you could just get an overview of what that's going to look like. And I think that's it. Thank you again.
All right, I'll get that to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Duggan. That satisfies councilmember comments. We'll now go to public comment. Thank you so much for being patient. The budget process takes time. We have a lot of public comment tonight. We have 3 pages and 60 people. But I saw there was a big group of young people who left, and so I don't know what the actual number is. But under our council rules, it goes from 3 minutes down to 90 seconds. I'm going to call the first 10 people, and we want to be expedient. I know there's some young people who want to speak, so I want to encourage you, make your point, and let's be expedient here. Susan Redfield, Tina Vu, Vivian Linderman, Michael Thomas, Gaddafi Ripers, Winston DeLaurier, Maya Washington, Rodrigo Zamora, Joel Barragan, and Anna Carella. Okay, only 2 are there from that list? If your name was called, please come forward. Okay. Thank you. Susan, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and each of the council people. I'm actually here to talk about 2 things, the library and the parks, because I wear 2 hats. But I will, do I get double time for that or no? I'll talk really fast. First of all, last year when I was here talking about the library, I asked each and every one of you to put your money where your mouth was, and you did. I can't thank you enough. I know I sent each and every one of you a personal thank you note, and I really appreciate it. I only can support what the library director said about safety and no cuts. Thank you for observing that issue regarding no cuts, and we've talked a lot about safety tonight. So those are my 2 issues. The only other thing with regarding staffing, because that seems to be a prevalent topic with all 4 agencies, is there's a huge slowdown with our civil service and onboarding. And anecdotally, I have heard that people have been offered a job and the delay was months and they went for another job while they were waiting to be onboarded. Is there anything we can do about our civil service that might improve that issue? With regard to parks, I also put my money where my mouth was, and I adopted 2 kittens this spring. Thank you. They're adorable, and I thank our animal care services for making these wonderful parts of my family available. And I guess that's my time, so I just want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for everything they're doing, and please no more cuts for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tina Vu, and then Vivian's next.
Hi, my name is Tina Vu. Mr. Mayor Richardson and City Council members, I come to talk about how playing pickleball has helped me to become a healthier and happier person. Before the pandemic, I went to Thailand to work for 4 years. And when I came back, I was in a very bad shape because I was stuck in Thailand for the 2 years of the pandemic, missing home and knowing that some of my relatives and friends have passed away during the pandemic. Luckily, a friend of mine introduced me to pickleball. And even though I'm not a good player, after playing for about 6 months, when I came back from Bangkok, I took with me 3 months supply of high blood pressure, high cholesterol medication, because I didn't know what the medical situation insurance would be here. But after playing 6 months of pickleball, my test result came back very good. The doctor relieved me from taking any medication. I'm here to tell my story, to hope that the City Council will take that into consideration in the budget funding. Any money that can be spent on improving pickleball facilities or court will make the city of Long Beach
Thank you very
citizens
much. Your time is
happier
up.
and healthier. Thank you.
Okay, Vivian, you're next. Thank you very much.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, he's disappeared, and council members and the city staff. I'm Vivian Linderman. I'm a resident of the 5th District and an avid pickleball player. I would like to present a change.org petition to expand pickleball opportunities in Long Beach. The results of the petition were sent to the city clerk's office this morning in an email. The petition received 300 signatures representing Long Beach and local residents, along with others who have dropped in on our courts and visited and played with us. We appeal to the city to invest in permanent lighted pickleball courts, separate from tennis and basketball. Soon to be an Olympic sport, the sport's expanding growth and inclusion in the Long Beach Unified School District curriculum warrant facilities that accommodate the current and increasing demand without impacting other sports played or taught in neighborhood parks. We urge you to address this demand and strive to ensure accessible opportunities for all to participate in parks throughout the city. It looks like pickleball is here to stay, and it's time for the city to serve this community of funding pickleball courts in Long Beach. Thank you for your consideration to include pickleball improvements and expansion in the upcoming budget and the park improvements for Elevate 28.
Thank you, Vivian. Okay, Michael, you're up next.
Thank you, everyone, and appreciate your time today. My name is Michael Thomas. I live 25 feet across the street from Somerset Park, where there is pickleball, and I come to talk about that. I have 4 concerns with pickleball. 1 is noise and the impact on my family. I'll talk about that in a second. 2, there's noise ordinances that are not being enforced. 3, there's permit requirements regarding pickleball that's not being enforced. And then number 4, the committee has talked a lot about equity, and there's deep concerns that the pickleball master plan does not have an equitable lens about it. When you look at the master plan, there's no place in it where it mentions equity. The other part of equity is that when you look specifically at Somerset Park, there was no community impact analysis done of the diversity of the kids that use Somerset Park. Has that changed based on these large groups of people that are now using the park? The diversity of the people that played in the tennis court, not just for tennis, has that actually changed with this large group of people that's now consuming the park? the third-party vendors and food trucks that use Somerset Park, has that changed with all these cars being parked around here? Those are my 4 concerns. Talking about noise, we live 25 feet across from the park. Even the Pickleball US Association says pickleball should not be implemented within 100 feet from residential homes. It impacts our sleep. It impacts our ability to focus. It impacts our mental health. I created a chart that's outlined. I'm not just talking about 1 or 5 days that people are playing. It's 4 to 5 hours, 7 days throughout the week, up till 9 o'clock at night. It impacts our sleep.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. I appreciate you being here. Okay, you're next. Gaddafi.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Gaddafi Reports. First, I want to say thank you for supporting pickleball in Long Beach. But I'm also here to say that we need more. More of your attention, more of your support, and of course, more funding to build free, no-cost play dedicated pickleball courts throughout Long Beach. I'm here also to share a survey I took from our 200 plus pickleballers that play in Long Beach, and of the 289 live in Long Beach. One of the comments and common themes from the survey is that Long Beach is not a pickleball-friendly community or city. Among the growing pickleball communities in Southern California. So Long Beach has a bad rep. This reputation bothers me as a player, competitor in pickleball, and most importantly, as a resident in Long Beach. I love Long Beach. I live, work, and play in Long Beach. I grew up here. But the current situation we are in regards to pickleball, it has created a negative image of Long Beach. It's also created a divide among our neighbors and other groups in the community. Please help by funding more free, dedicated pickleball courts in our community and ensure that plans are implemented with fidelity and careful considerations of our neighbors. Please help create a pickleball community that we can be proud of and proudly represent in 562 Long Beach Pickleball. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, Winston, are you here? Okay, Winston, you're next.
Hello, councilors. I'm Winston. I live in District 6. I'm here, I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and just wanted to say a few words regarding the proposal to include representation for tenants facing eviction in the budget. I'm very glad to see that there's a proposal of $1 million allocated to go to this representation, but I would urge an additional $900,000. We believe this could almost double the number of households that this will impact, and we believe that we are likely to see an increasing number of evictions in the near future. This could make a tremendous difference to a great many families in desperate circumstances, and as the health department was saying, there's no cure like prevention. We see this as a key method of preventing homelessness. If we're concerned about the homeless crisis, what better way than to prevent our communities, members of our communities, from being thrown into the streets? So we very strongly urge this additional funding, any funding that can be spared, and in addition to just 88% of landlords that are involved in these eviction proceedings are going to have a lawyer representing them, and on average, less than 3% of tenants will have representation.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Maya Washington, Maya.
Hello and good evening. My name is Maya Washington. As a resident of Long Beach, having lived here my entire life and earning degrees at both Long Beach City College and Cal State Long Beach. As a renter who has, at my age of 23, struggled to make ends meet, deciding between a meal and paying my rent. As a tenant who must beg for vital repairs to be made only for the bare minimum resolution from my building owners. I'm here tonight to ask of the council to prioritize funding for the right to counsel. No one should have to live with the burden of not knowing if you will have a home to come back to. As renters, we work ourselves past our limit, taking on multiple jobs to make ends meet for our families, spending more time away from our homes than in them. Yet we must give our all just to be able to afford to have a roof over our heads as landlords continue to raise rent and threaten to kick us out as a consequence. Having the protected right to counsel would give tenants the power, resources, and protection necessary to fight for the right to stay in our homes. Statistics have shown that with an attorney present, 95% of tenants will win their eviction cases and stay in their homes. Meanwhile, those who are forced to represent themselves are almost guaranteed to lose their eviction cases. So I ask the council, please do the right things by the tenants of Long Beach, to renters who have elected you, hoping to see change in our communities. We ask the council to vote in favor of the right to counsel in Long Beach through the allocation of an additional $900,000 for a total of $1.9 million towards helping so many whose stories.
Thank you so much.
near
Your
my
time is
home.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rodrigo, you're up. You're next.
Hello, my name is Joel Berrigan. I was born and raised in Long Beach. I live in District 1. As the son of undocumented immigrants, I want to give back to the community that raised me by providing free legal support to families like mine who know what it's like to live in a constant fear of deportation and constant uncertainty while they work to earn permanent status. I helped my parents take care of my autistic brother. If my parents were deported, my family would have been torn apart, and I would have been left to care for my brother on my own, because there's no way my parents could afford an immigration lawyer. This is why programs like the Justice Fund are so important to keep working families together. Now is the time to strengthen the program by connecting even more families, especially survivors of crime and domestic violence, with resources and services that can lead to permanent status. Now I'm here to urge everyone on the council to allocate funds for the Justice Fund to provide free, comprehensive immigration support to residents regardless of their background, and also to fund the right to counsel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rodrigo Zamora, you're next.
Hola, buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Rodrigo Zamorano, soy miembro de Latinos in Action y graduado de programa Adelante, un grupo liderazgo. Vivo en el Distrito 5.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rodrigo Zamorano. I'm a member of Latinos in Action and also of program Adelante, programa Liderazgo, and I live in District 8.
Estoy aquí hoy porque vivo en una comunidad donde mis vecinos tienen miedo de defender sus derechos debido a sus estatus en el país.
I'm here today because I live in a community where my neighbors are afraid to stand up for their rights because of their status in this country.
Durante la pandemia, muchos de mis vecinos perdieron sus trabajos y no pudieron pagar sus rentas. Y sabían que Long Beach tenía un programa de asistencia de renta, pero tenían miedo de presentar sus solicitudes porque pensaban que los rechazarían porque no tenían la documentación adecuada o documentos.
During the pandemic, many of my neighbors lost their jobs and couldn't afford their rent. They knew that the Long Beach had a rental assistance program, but they were afraid to apply because they thought they either get rejected because they didn't have proper documentation or because they thought the city would know they were undocumented and they would deport them.
Aunque soy ciudadano estadounidense, entiendo el miedo que atraviesan mis vecinos.
And although I'm a U.S. citizen, I understand the fear that my neighbors go through.
Les pido que asignen, gracias por el millón que asignaron a Fondo de Justicia.
And thank you so much for the monies that were allocated for the $1 million allocated to the Long Beach Justice Fund.
Para apoyar a los residentes de Long Beach independientemente de su estatus.
To provide immigration support to the residents of Long Beach regardless of their background.
También pido el 1.9 millones para el derecho a abogado.
And we also ask $1.9 million for the right to counsel.
Gracias por su atención.
And thank you for your time.
Gracias. Okay, Anna, you're next, but let me just go ahead and call up the next 10. Gabriel Perez, Myron Wallen, F.R. William Connor, Reverend Mary Dong, Gracia Lopez Riaz, Claudia Otis, Laura Selmore, Karen Reside, Sharon Wiseman, and Caitlin Yashoka. Okay, thank you for waiting. Go ahead, Anna.
Hi, City Council. My name is Anna Carella. I just moved recently to Long Beach from Nashville, Tennessee. I'm very glad to be here, although I seem to have come during the rainiest time of all history. I'm a tenant, and I'm not facing eviction at the current moment, but life comes at you fast, so you never know. And therefore, I'm here asking for additional funding for the Tenant Right to Counsel program. The $1 million allocated falls short of the need identified, and I'm joining all these other advocates here today in asking that the city allocate another $900,000 toward the program to help families facing displacement. When families are able to stay in their homes, there are cost savings, which come from a reduced need for other services, so this should be a no-brainer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. Okay, Gabriel Perez. Gabriel Perez, you're next. Okay, you're up.
My name is Florence Rowlandson. I have something I want to say. I'm an 80-year-old woman, never been homeless. I have a mentally ill son. I adopted a puppy, and I'm homeless. We live in our car. I've been robbed. A whole lot of things happened to me. In effect, I had a stroke about 3 weeks ago. God keep me standing. And what I'm trying to say may not sound like, we need some help. We need a place to stay. And they want to put me in the hospital, but I'm thinking about my son. I got to get him a place to stay. And I go from different cities, Los Angeles, Pasadena, whoever would rent us a house or apartment. I don't like apartments, but I'll take a 2-bedroom. Reasonable, but we need some place to stay. That's all I have to say. And I enjoyed you. I listened to everything. But there's a lot of people out here, children, living in parks, or living in their cars. They help some people, but they don't help us all. And another thing I tell you, I do the in-home supportive service for my son. They feel that I shouldn't be paid. They took it away from me. I'm losing my car. I'm losing my
Thank you so much for coming today. Is there someone from staff that can come over and speak with you? If you come over here to the side, I'm going to have someone come over and speak with you. Thanks for coming today.
Acting Deputy City Manager Tyler Curley will help out.
All right, Gabriel, you're up next.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Perez. I'm an organizer with Lane's Long Beach for a Just Economy campaign. We're here in support of the Justice Fund and Tenants' Right to Counsel. Like countless U.S. cities, like myself and so many of us here, Long Beach is the product of immigrant labor and culture. The urgent need to keep working families together and protect our most vulnerable goes without saying. That's why publicly funded programs like the Justice Fund have been crucial, not only in preventing deportations, but by providing access to life-changing resources and services that can lead to permanent status. Everyone deserves the right to free legal representation, especially when faced with the threat of separation from their homes and loved ones, whether through criminalization and detention by ICE or through unjust evictions and displacement. Last year's expansion of the Justice Fund was a huge victory for the undocumented community here in the city. Now is not the time to retreat. Now's the time to see the vision through and continue investing in expanded legal assistance for Ninth Circuit appeals and for survivors of crime and domestic violence. We urge the City Council to approve the Mayor's proposed allocation of $1 million to the Justice Fund and to make the program structural. We also urge the Council to allocate an additional $900,000 for a total of $1.9 million toward a stronger, expanded Tenants' Right to Counsel program. Long Beach is a city of immigrants, renters, and workers. We all deserve to stay in our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Myron Wallen. Myron?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Myron Wallen. I am a lay leader of Temple Israel and a member of the Social Action Committee of Temple Israel. I am here also as a member of Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, CLU, and the Long Beach Gray Panthers. Thank you, Mayor Rex Richardson and Vice Mayor Cindy Allen, for investing in the Right to Counsel program by including $1 million in the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. This is a good first step in the right direction to keep tenants stay houses. Thank you. Given the overwhelming need of a majority tenant city, I'm here to ask for an additional $900,000 for this program. As a senior in our city, I have seen and heard stories of how abrupt displacement through illegal eviction impacts my senior community. Seniors are vulnerable to homelessness because of the lack of protection and access to legal representation, and they can wind up like that lady just spoke to us, two people in front of me. This pandemic has isolated seniors and left them more vulnerable to illegal threats from landlords. My Jewish tradition teaches tikkun olam, or heal the world. This means that Jews are called upon to make the world a more just, peaceful, tolerant, and equal through acts of charity, kindness, and social and political action. Because of tikkun olam, I urge the mayor and the council members to fund a total of $1.9 million for the Right to Counsel programs.
Thank you
in the
very
city
much.
budget.
Your time is up. We appreciate you coming today. Okay, next is Father William Connor.
I am Father William Connor. I am Pastor Emeritus of St. Joseph Catholic Church in East Long Beach. I'm also a resident of Council District 3. Wanted you to hear that. I'm here representing hundreds of faith leaders and faith communities connected with CLU across Los Angeles County. Thank you for supporting the Right to Counsel program by including $1 million in the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget. This is a good start to provide tenant protection in our city. However, given the projected number of 1,900 families facing eviction this year, I'm here to ask for an additional $900,000 for this program. This is what we really need. And this is our part of our Judeo-Christian tradition, which teaches us that when we serve the vulnerable in our community, we serve the God and the Father of us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Connor. Right, you're next.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and the members of the Council. My name is Reverend Mary Young. I am a senior faith-rooted organizer with CLU, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And today I want to say thank you for supporting the Right to Counsel program by including $1 million in the proposed budget. And I'm here to join with our tenants community in asking for an additional of $900,000 to double the impact of the program. With this additional funding, our city can provide free legal representation for 300 households, which is only 16% of the projected number of families facing evictions this year. And this is the bare minimum amount to address the housing needs of our majority tenant city. From an economic justice perspective, making the Right to Counsel program stronger shows the commitment of our city to support low-wage workers and working-class families to have stable housing so they can live close to where they live and invest in our city's local economy. And every faith tradition teaches that we are deeply interconnected as one family. So the safety of our tenants contributes to the safety of our city. So when everyone is safe, our communities are healthier and our city thrives. So I urge the City Council to fund a total of $1.9 million for the Right to Counsel program in the city budget. And also, I want to express our support for the investment of $1 million in the Long Beach Justice Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was powerful, Pastor Mary. Thank you. Hello, my name is Grecia Lopez-Reyes, Director of Lanes Long Beach for a Just Economy campaign. Thank you so much to the Mayor's proposal for including $1 million for a tenant right to counsel program in the proposed budget. Echoing the comments that others have said, I think this is a great first step, but we are asking for an additional $900,000 in order to ensure that we have a stronger right to counsel program. Investing in tenant protections is homelessness prevention, and it is vital that we ensure that we address this issue in the city. Please support renters and their families by funding a total of $1.9 million for the tenant right to counsel program in this year's budget. In addition, I want to state our strong support for the Long Beach Justice Fund. The Long Beach Justice Fund provides free legal representation to those in removal proceedings. Now Long Beach City Council has the power to invest $1 million in the fund and keep even more families together. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claudia Otis, and I'm the Executive Director of the Little Lion Foundation here in Long Beach. I work very closely with Long Beach Animal Care Services. We take anywhere from 300 to 500 cats and kittens each year. We also complete an additional 300 to 500 trap-neuter return surgeries here in Long Beach to try to stop the births of kittens on our streets. And I'm here today to ask that you guys consider giving our our staff at the shelter a higher wage. The shelter is very underfunded and understaffed, or else I wouldn't have to take so many and do so many surgeries. And I work very closely with the rehoming team. They're not called rehoming anymore. The public PHA, I think it is, Public Health Associate, and they do not get paid a living wage, and we're asking that you guys consider increasing their wage to a PA3. And then I'm also requesting that you guys look into possibly having a spay and neuter vet team that includes a veterinarian and vet techs, so that we can catch up on the spay and neuters that need to be completed to stop the flow of all these animals being born. 1,152 went out into the community unfixed last year, and we really need to fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Laura.
Thank you all, Vice Mayor and Council. I appreciate your work for the city. My name is Laura Selmer, and I'm here. I brought these, I knew our time would be limited. I brought these bright green folders with the ask in my presentation. We are asking for different positions that are enhanced at Long Beach Animal Care Services. The animal behavior is to a PHA 3, a new position for a dog foster, a position for a cat foster, and importantly, to create a spay-neuter team. That is critical at the shelter. The shelter has been overcrowded for over a year now, and we cannot keep up with the spay-neuter. And as much as partners are trying to come in and support the spay-neuter, we are behind. We've got 500 animals that still are outstanding to be fixed. And that doesn't include the animals that are already there. So as a community, we are asking for a spay-neuter team. And I would also like to thank Brent Dennis, Grace Yoon, staff, Steve Scott, and Melanie. We sat with them yesterday, and it was, I think, the first time in history that the community, the stakeholders, the volunteers who are working there actually sat down and got a good look at the budget. So what we're asking for.
Thank you very much. Your time's up. We appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Karen Reside.
Good evening, Karen Reside. I'm the president of the Long Beach Gray Panthers. And you are all brilliant department heads, no question. I just have one thing I didn't hear mentioned very much, multi-generational programming. You know, we represent older adult needs. Other people have addressed some of the issues. Still, new senior center, we're getting increasing, but we still should have 10 senior centers for our population. I don't want that to be dropped off the agenda. And I want to talk about partnerships. And we are fortunate enough to be partners with Parks and the Health Department. I work with their staffs every day. I can't say enough good things about their staff. But partners, we do monthly forums. We had 55 people at our senior sex forum from as far away as Orange County, and they took every condom that we had available thanks to the Health Department. So I need more stock, Kelly. And and we host Club Silver, which is a nightclub that has reduced senior isolation once a month from 5 to 7. We have also given away $50,000 in grocery gift cards to seniors over the last year. We provided 300 Thanksgiving meals. We gave away $10,000 in warm coats. We got $25,000 in technology dollars. And creative community.
Karen, your time
we
is
need
up.
to
Thank you.
focus on the creative community too. So that's what partners can do.
Thank you,
So,
Karen.
Thank you.
All right. Sharon Weisman, you're up.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Sharon Weisman. I've been a resident of Long Beach since 1975 and a member of the 5th District since 1984, and I'm a board member of the Long Beach Public Library Foundation. Last year, I stood before you and asked you to be bold and to make our libraries a priority, and you did. Thank you for your previous and ongoing support of the library, in particular last year's additional $1.4 million in structural funding, the library's first budget increase in more than a decade. We are pleased that the funding will not be cut this year, and that is the Foundation's first priority. However, our libraries remain woefully underfunded, especially when compared to cities close to our size. Oakland has a population slightly smaller than ours, and yet they allocate twice as much to their libraries as the city of Long Beach does to our 12. 3 of their libraries are open 7 days a week, whereas currently only 3 of our libraries are open 6 days a week. Ideally, all our libraries should be open 7 days a week, or at least 6 days, but that is not the case because of inadequate funding. Our community deserves better. Our libraries teach people to read. They allow those without internet access to check their email. They help the disabled at the Adaptive Resource Center. They teach people to code. They have 3D printers, and they have story hours for children.
Thank you, Sharon. That's your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
We appreciate you. All right, Caitlin, just 1 second. So we're almost done with our first 20 speakers. Let me call the next 10. You can get lined up. Colleen Bentley, Ryan Ballard, Liliana Roman, Sean Charles, Tamara Romero, Tina True, Rodrigo Zamariano, I think this is Gabriel Mercado, or Sabriel, Sharon Buckley, and Garcia Lopez. So if you guys can get lined up. All right, and Caitlin, you're up.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin Yoshioka, and I've lived in the 4th District since 2007. I am the Director of Communications and Public Affairs for the Foundation. I'd like to share with you a personal experience I had at the main library. 2 months ago, I walked by a man on my way to the first floor restrooms. As I walked in, another patron walked out, leaving me completely alone. While I was in the stall, that man entered twice. While I was washing my hands, he entered again and stared at me. What felt like hours passed. I was lucky enough to act quickly and yell, causing him to take a step back, allowing me to rush to find security. As a mother, I can't help but think of the what ifs. What if that was a 7th grader using the restroom before meeting her friends? What if it was a grandmother taking her grandchildren to the restroom before heading home? The what ifs are haunting, and the fact of the matter is there should be no room for what ifs. No member of our community, staff or patrons, should ever feel unsafe going to their library, and yet they do. We have seen multiple closures at the Billie Jean King and Mark Twain branches because of acts of violence and harassment. I urge you to consider increasing the number of SSOs, especially at our most at-risk branches, Billie Jean King, Mark Twain, and Burnett, and that you consider alternative resources that can increase safety. It is vital that our libraries, an essential part of our community, remain
Your time is
open
up.
and safe.
Thank you so much for coming out today.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Colleen Bentley. I was born and raised in Long Beach and have been a resident of the 3rd District since 1982. I am the Vice President for Public Affairs for the Long Beach Public Library Foundation. As you heard, Sharon spoke about our budget and Kate just spoke about safety. I want to speak about the item on exploring the creation of a new library, arts, and cultural district. We really welcome the opportunity to hear more about this item. Like libraries, arts and cultural are integral to Long Beach, and they can be natural connections to our libraries. You heard our library director, Kathy De Leon, mention some of the cultural programs that had occurred this past year. However, as libraries are a critical resource to our communities, we believe that three things should be thought about as we talk about a possible new department. One, the person primarily responsible for our libraries must continue to report to the city manager. We want to ensure the library keeps its library services still have a seat at the table. I know I'm running out of time. We're grateful for the support, but we know that the libraries, as Sharon mentioned, are woefully underfunded. If this new department comes to
Thank you very much. Your time is up. I appreciate you coming out today.
I just wanted to thank you all for the positive comments you made about the new department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan, you're up.
Vice Mayor and Councilpersons all, thank you for the French pronunciation of my last name, but the American pronunciation is Ballard, Ryan Ballard. This is my son. What is your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, do you like to read?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's fun.
You think it's fun? My wife and I sometimes have to have very difficult, some of us call it courageous conversations about choices. But never in our discussion do we ever consider taking resources from this, my son, or his two brothers. We may tighten our belts some, but we never consider taking away resources from my son Matthew. You know why? Because life for him is fun. Reading is fun. And because of that, we not only do we not take away resources, but we consider adding to him. Councilpersons, Vice Mayor, the Mayor in his absence, I know you all have difficult decisions to make when it comes to the budget. But like my wife and I want to have the confidence that you will not even consider cuts to the library, cuts to those institutions that serve the least of these. And by the way, Dr. Sorrow, my son's favorite library is the Burnett Library, where the African American Resource Center is housed, that is managed by his mom through the African American Heritage Society of Long Beach.
Thank you very much. That's
Thank
your
you.
time. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you, council members. Please understand that noise pollution is damaging to our mental health. I'm asking that you guys please not remove pickleball from Somerset Park, but just move them down the park a bit. According to USA Pickleball, that's going to be the national governing body for pickleball in the United States. Carl Schmidt, managing director of USA Pickleball, says pickleball should be placed 100 feet away from homes. The Somerset Park courts are just 25 feet away from homes. Sound barriers would be a waste of money at that distance. So in conclusion, please move pickleball off of the tennis courts and use the funding to give them dedicated pickleball courts near the middle of the park. Or move them indoors where the walls will block their noise pollution and, it won't bother people. Or another issue would be to temporarily move pickleball off of the court nearest to the home. Keep in mind that parks are meant to unite communities, not to divide communities. Thank you.
Sir, what is your name? Sean Charles.
Sean Charles.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Okay, Liliana. Okay, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Liliana Roman, and on behalf of Friends of the Long Beach Public Library, I'd like to speak in support of the city budget for the Library Services Department and impress upon you the importance of funding increased security measures at our most vulnerable libraries. The city must prioritize the safety of our library staff and library patrons. In addition, the addition of a safety officer and a public health professional at the main library is a great first step in that direction. Since our homeless community may not know exactly where to go for health and human services, but they always know that they're welcome at our public libraries. Please provide funding for these necessary essential positions. Equally important is budgeting for increased library days of service for the public. I find it very sad and disappointing, as I heard today from the director, that staffing shortages, librarian calling out sick may lead to a whole day of a library closure. That's just, I would not, that was just very sad for me to learn that today. But I was also heartened by the Director De Leon's presentation of, possible future expansion of library services to include arts and culture. That sounds really great and very promising. Well, thank you very much for your comments and consideration of all of our comments tonight.
Thank you for coming out. Okay, is Tamara Romero here? Okay. Is Tina True here? Okay. Rodrigo? Nope. Okay. What is your name?
Good evening, Dr. Joni Ricks Odie and council members. My name is Sario Mercado, and I am a resident of Council District 9. I am also a volunteer with Libre. Today I'm here to request that the Budget Oversight Committee reconsiders for stronger funding for the tenant right to counsel for the families of the city of Long Beach in the name of homelessness prevention. Thank you for including $1 million for a tenant right to counsel program in the proposed budget. It's the first step in helping renters in our city, but we are here asking you to consider investing an additional $900,000 into the program for a total of $1.9 million. This would allow the program to be able to help more families in danger of losing their homes. As a result, the program would have a larger influence in reducing homelessness for the future of Long Beach. Investing in tenant protections would be investing in homelessness prevention, and we hope you will support the tenant right to counsel in this year's city budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Garcia Lopez here today? Okay, you did. Okay. All right, so let me go ahead. If you don't mind, Sharon, just give me one. Let me call up the next 10. So Gabriel Perez, Leanna Noble, Victor Dominguez, Susanna Barragon, Maria Lopez, Teresa Gonzalez, Myra Fernanda, Antonio Hernandez, and Jason Mercado. If you guys could stand up. All right. All right, there we go. Go ahead, Sharon.
Hello, I am Sharon Buckley, and I am from District 6. I'm also here to thank you for allocating $1 million and to ask for another $900,000 to help prevent homeless and to support the legal right to counsel. I am a proud volunteer for Libre and a union president for Long Beach and 21st Street apartments, which house low-income and disabled seniors. And they were also previously homeless. At Long Beach and 21st apartments, many of the tenants were harassed and some were served with evictions. We could find no legal representation to assist us in fighting their evictions. All the nonprofit attorney firms that we contacted, including Legal Aid Foundation, were overburdened and lacked the funding to assist us. Whereas building management was represented by a large legal firm. This lack of available right to counsel caused tenants to represent themselves and resulted in them losing their housing and once again becoming homeless. Again, please support renters and their families by funding a total of $1.9 million for the Tenant Right to Counsel program in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Gabriel Perez. Everyone okay? All right, Leanna, you're up. Leanna?
She's not here.
Okay. All right, Victor Dominguez. So it's Victor, Susanna, Maria, Teresa, Myra, Antonio, and Jason. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. I was hoping to stall with the other two individuals, but I guess it's my time on the stage. Thank you, Honorable City Council, for hearing me again today. I know I was here earlier with a repetitive message here. I'm asking for the allocation of an extra $900,000 to the generous $1 million funding for a right to counsel. I brought up earlier that it's just kind of a way to level the playing field. There's a lot of David and Goliath situations. I brought up that personally, I can't afford an attorney, and thank God I don't need one right now. But as a future law student, I know how difficult it is to, come up with, I don't even know where to find a lawyer. Like, I see the bus, right? You call Dominguez firm. I don't even know where to look for one and whatnot. So Right to counsel is something that should be a priority, honestly. You know, we don't find ourselves in this situation right now, but we will eventually. I kind of see it as an insurance policy, and I know it's repetitive, sir, so I apologize, but you know, it's very important to the city, and I think I should take it serious. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Susanna?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Teresa González, vivo en el distrito de Long Beach y soy voluntaria para Libre. Vengo aquí hoy para abogar por las familias con discapacidad.
Good evening, my name is Teresa Gonzalez and I live in the Long Beach district, and I'm a volunteer at Long Beach Residents Empowered, or Libre, and I'm here to advocate for those families who have a family member that has disability.
Y por las familias que no pudieron estar aquí hoy. Soy inquilina y estoy aquí para pedir al Concilio de Long Beach y al alcalde que ayude con 900,000 más para que los inquilinos puedan tener representación legal gratis.
And again, I'm here on behalf of the people that were not able to be here this evening. I am a renter, and I'm here to ask the council to provide Long Beach, and also to ask the mayor to allocate $900,000 more for those renters, so they're able to have legal representation, free legal representation.
Estamos agradecidos por el $1,000,000 que el alcalde ya ha recomendado, pero no es suficiente. Una vez más pedimos el 1.9 millones para los inquilinos para tener una representación legal. Gracias.
And we are very grateful for the $1 million that was already allotted to us, in which was recommended, but it's not enough. Again, we are here to ask for $1.9 million for the renters so that they are able to have legal representation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gracias. Is Maria Lopez here? Okay. All right, so Teresa.
That was Teresa right now. That's me. Good evening, everyone. My name is Myra Fernanda, and I'm a resident of District 2 and an organizer for Libre. While the inclusion of $1 million towards a tenant right to counsel program is a great first step in assisting families in our renter majority city, the reality is that the allocation falls far short of the need that exists in our communities. The city must stand with struggling renters. According to data from State House Delay, the current funding would only be able to serve 150 households, or roughly 500 people. The courthouse has around 15 or more evictions per day. Imagine what those numbers look like after a week. Now imagine what it looks like after a month. Again, we thank you for the $1 million. It is a good start, but it is not enough. I have seen so many tenants ending up displaced because they did not know that once they receive an unlawful detainer, they have 5 days to respond to it. I've seen tenants lose their cases because the landlord's attorney takes advantage of an unrepresented tenant who doesn't understand legal jargon of what is happening to them. Every single landlord that steps into the courthouse has representation. A tenant doesn't have that ability or have the ability to afford one externally, especially when our communities are as marginalized as they are. I'm here again to ask that you fund an additional $900,000 towards the Tenants' Right to Counsel program and keep Long Beach families housed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Antonio Hernandez, a community organizer in the city. I stand before you to continue to elevate the need for properly funded community-centered demands to lessen the economic burden residents live with every day. The first is the right to counsel. Thank you again for allocating $1 million. I do want to reiterate what folks have been saying to fund an additional $900,000 to expand the legal resources to serve more families on the edge of eviction. We're currently in a crisis of people experiencing homelessness, and that seems to continue to grow. If the city is genuinely taking action to mitigate or solve the crisis, it would invest in homelessness prevention programs and services, not only throw money until folks are living on the streets. Let's prevent families from being evicted in the first place. Secondly, I want to prioritize also the funding of $3.5 million towards language justice. We want to ensure the city creates structural funding instead of having to scatter around to find funds year after year. Please respect community members by having sufficient interpreters and properly translated presentation and materials in all city spaces. Lastly, I want to thank you for the proposed $1 million towards Justice Fund to aid immigrants through legal representation and avoid family separations. Please make that $1 million support into a reality. Prioritize the well-being of your residents so they can continue to call Long Beach their home. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Rex Richardson, Vice Mayor Cindy Allen, and members of the council. My name is Jason Mercado. I am a resident of Council District 2. And today I am here to request that our city looks to expand funding for a stronger right to counsel program to better serve Long Beach families on the brink of homelessness. I do want to also mention, I do want to thank Mayor Rex Richardson for the proposed $1 million for a stronger right to counsel, and as well for the $1 million that you proposed for the Justice Fund. It's really appreciated. But I do also want to elaborate a little more that while the inclusion for the $1 million towards the right to counsel program is a great first step, if we just choose to take a step back and look at this through an alternative perspective, the tenant right to counsel can also help the city save money as well. I know that I've said this previously, so I do apologize if I sound like a broken record. Basically, based on the State House delay cost-benefit analysis conducted through Stout, Recisu, and Ross LLC, it's projected that Long Beach could save a potential $14 million if it invested for a stronger right to counsel program. We must help renters and families on the brink of losing their homes. We call for the we call for the council members to reconsider and allocate a minimum of $1.8 million towards a stronger right to counsel program to help families facing displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are on, just give me one second, we're on our last 20 speakers. So let me call the next 10, if you would line up, please. Janet Gutierrez, Eduardo Valente, Mayra Garcia, Gabby Hernandez, Araceli Rincon, Maria Del Luz, I think it says, Eric Garcia, and Kaylee Caruso, and Andre Donato.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Bellis. I am a resident of District 3 and an attorney with the National Immigration Project. I am here to speak in favor of the $1 million allocation for the Justice Fund. And I just wanted to provide a little additional context. Currently, the Justice Fund serves people who are in deportation proceedings, but expanding the fund to be $1 million would allow us to provide additional legal services to people who may be eligible for permanent status here and not have to fear deportation, not have to live in uncertainty, that are currently not served by the Justice Fund. So the investment of $1 million is incredibly important. I think that Gabriel Perez actually put it best when he said that both of these funds, the Justice Fund and the Right to Counsel for Tenants Fund, are about keeping families in their homes here in Long Beach. And I, in that vein, also want to speak in support of the expanded Right to Counsel for Tenants Fund to be $1.9 million. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for coming out today. Okay, so Janet Gutierrez. Is Janet here? Janet, Eduardo, Myra, and Gabby. If you guys could line up in that order, you guys can just come on up. Okay, who's Janet? You're up. And then Eduardo, Myra, and Gabby.
Okay. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Janet Gutiérrez, soy residente del Distrito 2. También soy un miembro con Libre.
Good evening, my name is
Janet Gutiérrez.
Janet Gutierrez, and I'm a resident of District number 2, and I'm also a member of the organization Libre.
Gracias por incluir $1 millón para un programa de derecho a un abogado para inquilinos en el presupuesto. Es un primer paso para ayudar a los inquilinos en nuestra ciudad.
Thank you for including the $1 million or allocating the monies for $1 million for the right to counsel for the residents within the budget. And it's a very good first step to help all the renters in our city.
Pero estamos aquí para pedir $900,000 adicionales para este programa para mantener a las familias en sus hogares.
But we are here to ask for an additional $900,000 for this program to help keep families in their homes.
Invertir en protecciones de inquilinos es importante para prevenir la falta de vivienda.
And investing in the protection of the renters is important in order to prevent homelessness.
Por favor, apoyen a los inquilinos y sus familias y asignen un total de 1.9 millones para el programa de derecho a un abogado en el presupuesto de este año.
And please keep supporting all renters and their families and allot a total of $1.9 million for the program of Right to Counsel for this year's budget.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Gracias. So Eduardo. Is Eduardo here?
Buenas noches, señora alcaldesa, señores concejales. Mi nombre es Eduardo Valiente y soy residente del distrito de Long Beach. También pertenezco a la organización Libre.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Valiente, and I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm also a member of the organization Libre.
Gracias por incluir $1 millón para el programa de derecho a un abogado para inquilinos en el presupuesto.
And thank you for including the $1 million for the right to counsel for the renters within the budget.
Es un gran paso para ayudar a los inquilinos en esta ciudad, pero estamos aquí para pedir un aumento de $900,000 adicionales para este programa para mantener a las familias en sus hogares.
It's a right step in the right direction to help all renters within the city, but we are asking for an additional $900,000 for this program to help to keep families in their homes.
Invertir en protección de los inquilinos es importante para prevenir la falta de vivienda.
And investing in the protection of renters is important in order to prevent homelessness.
Por favor, señores, apoyen a los inquilinos y sus familias y asignen el saldo de $900,000 para el programa de derecho a un abogado en el presupuesto de este año.
And please make sure to support all renters and their families and allot a total of $1.9 million for the right to counsel within this year's budget.
Muy gentiles. Buenas noches. Que tengan.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming out. Mayra?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mayra García.
Good evening, my name is Mayra Garcia.
Soy miembro del Distrito 2
I'm a member of the 2nd District,
y pertenezco a la organización de Libre.
and I'm part of the Libre program,
Represento la comunidad con discapacidad.
and I represent the community that has disabilities, the disabled community.
Y en esta ocasión vengo a agradecerles por el $1 millón que dieron
And this time
para el
I'm here
presupuesto.
to thank you for the $1 million that was allotted for the budget.
Lamentablemente ese dinero no es suficiente y estamos solicitando $900,000 más.
And unfortunately, those monies is not enough, and we are requesting $900,000 more.
Nuestra comunidad con discapacidad no está presente por motivos de salud.
And our members within the disabled community is not present because of health reasons,
Pero yo estoy aquí para representarlos.
but I'm here to represent them.
Muchos de ellos están siendo desalojados injustamente por no conocer las leyes.
And many of them are being evicted due to not knowing or being familiar with the different laws.
Por eso solicitamos que este presupuesto sea aceptado, ya que ellos necesitan la participación de un abogado.
And therefore, we're asking for this program to be accepted in order for them to have right to counsel.
Ellos sufren mucho, en muchas ocasiones ellos ni siquiera pueden hablar el lenguaje que nosotros estamos hablando y se comunican por medio de un device.
And they do suffer a lot, and a lot of the times they're unable to communicate orally. They have to use a device.
Por favor, tengan humanidad y ayuden en este presupuesto. Gracias.
Please be humane and please be able to support for this year's budget.
Otra cosa que yo apoyo mucho es el lenguaje, por eso siempre hablo en español.
And one thing that I always support is the right to language.
Lamentablemente en algunas de las juntas de aquí nunca tenemos traducción y la traducción que tenemos no es apropiada. El 50% de la traducción de hoy se volvió a perder.
And unfortunately, some of the translation information that was given was lost in translation. About 50% of the translation that was provided today was lost.
Por favor, solicito también que eso sea parte del concilio, que no necesitamos estar pidiéndoles traducción cuando es una necesidad.
And I also ask for you to take this into account, for this to be just a necessary thing, not just a want.
Gracias. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Thank you. All right, you're up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gabi Hernandez, and I serve as Executive Director of Orale, formerly known as LBIRC. For as long as it has been in existence, the Long Beach Justice Fund has made Long Beach immigrant communities feel safer. Now, the fund has expanded and will soon provide services to immigrants who are not yet in deportation proceedings, but who nevertheless face the threat of being separated from their families in our community. Some of those services will go to people often overlooked, those trapped in abusive situations, and those who have been victims of violence. The Long Beach Justice Fund is a crucial safety net, and it's time to even make it stronger. Immigrants do not only face harm from abusive partners, but also from landlords, employers, and others who seek to exploit them, and with threats of deportation. The affirmative services that the Long Beach Justice Fund will offer will shield these community members from those harms. We feel optimistic about the mayor's recommendation for $1 million allocation to the Justice Fund. We now need the rest of council to be in support of that. We asked for several meetings with some of you, and we haven't heard back. I think it's important that we get your support and that you get to hear from us about the importance of this program. We're also in support of the right to counsel, and we recommend that you increase the amount to 1.9, and so an additional $900,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Araceli.
Good evening. My name is Araceli King. I'm the president of Latinos in Action California, and I'm a resident of District 9. I'm going to make it short this time. It says here, we're asking for support. All the organizations that are together, we're asking for, their support for the $900,000 that we want, in addition to the $1 million that we have for families that are facing eviction. 80% of the funds will go towards legal representation and 20% towards outreach and education. Please allocate a total of $1.9 million in the right to counsel programs, and also support the Long Beach Justice in the $1 million allocated to it. Thank you, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Okay, so the next four are Maria, Eric, Kaylee, and Andrew. So Maria. Is Maria here? Okay, I'm not seeing Maria. Okay, Eric. Eric, you're next, and then Kaylee and Andrew.
What's up, y'all? My name's Eric, and I'm with Orale, also formerly the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. I'm here to speak in favor of the Long Beach Justice Fund and the tenants' right to counsel. The city took a huge step last year, voting to approve the expansion of the services to include U-Visa, VAWA, and T-Visa, which is Victims of Crime, Violence Against Women's Act, and Victims of Human Trafficking. I think it's important for the council to vote to approve Mayor Rex Richardson's recommendation of $1 million to sustain this expansion, and to seriously start looking at how to make this structural going forward. The need is there. The city has an opportunity to continue to invest in people with least amount of resources. As such, I applaud the body for the $1 million up to this point for the tenants' right to counsel. However, Long Beach, particularly as a 60% majority renter city, should really consider increasing it to 1.9 million to ensure that it meets the need, as you've already heard from my colleagues as well. A roof over our heads is essential, and the city has an opportunity to help people keep a roof over their head, especially, again, when you're filled of majority renters. The last piece I want to talk about very briefly is the language justice component. I'm thinking about particularly internal documents. So we're hearing a lot about externally facing interpretation, but I think a program like language justice will also help to, I'm talking about RFP document stuff as far as like transparency is concerned, to help internal processes flow better. Thank you.
Thank you for that, the information. Okay, Kaylee Caruso.
Hello all, good to see you tonight. I am here also, my name is Kaylee Caruso, I'm a resident of District 3, and I want to thank the mayor as well for proposing $1 million to the new city budget towards tenant right to council, and there are a lot of gaps and we could do better. So it's important to name the position of power property owners have systemically and historically over renters with little or no accountability, but the resources to protect themselves and their rights. In LA County, 90% of housing insecurity is due to economics. 90% of renters are more likely to stay housed when they have legal representation. In the fall of 2021, my family was illegally evicted from our Belmont Shore apartment due to construction during a COVID surge and holidays. I did not know my rights and at the time felt powerless. A week before eviction, I was able to secure a place and thankfully had the resources to do so. The harmful impact that it impacted my family's quality of life is irreversible, and we still had a roof overhead, so you can imagine if we did not. That is the reality of too many Long Beach residents. The only way I learned my rights and was able to take action is because I had the resources to hire a lawyer. Those more likely to face housing insecurity deserve extra resources and safety nets to prevent homelessness. We haven't invested enough money in preventative, equitable policy that centers the most vulnerable, and that is why we are facing a current homelessness and housing crisis. Please consider $1.9 million to protect tenants' right to counsel and to save the city $14 million.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, so real quickly, let me just call up our last 10 speakers. If you would line up in this order, please. Joanna, Sam Busak, Dave Shukla, Briska Cruz, Susanna Laviano, Caitlin Bellis, Araceli King, Bob Livingstone, and Natalie Hernandez. Okay, were there, all right. Well, we may not have another 10 speakers. We'll see who lines up. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea Donado. I am the director at Libre, or Long Beach Residents in Power. Thank you, Mayor Rex Richardson. Thank you, council members, for the $1 million allocated to the right to counsel. However, we believe these funds are insufficient to mitigate the impact of the nearly 2,000 evictions we expect next year. We ask that you add an additional $900,000 for a total of $1.9 million to this program. Prevention is one of the best tools to address homelessness, and this program is about homelessness prevention. Nearly 400 residents have already signed in support of the Long Beach right to counsel. We also sent you all a letter signed by 13 community organizations, United Here, Local 11, UFCW 324, and the California Faculty Association. This program is supported by community because it makes sense. I think it's very obvious that a lot of community members are supporting the $1.9 million. It is cost-effective and levels the playing field for thousands that are at the bridge of homelessness who wouldn't be able to afford an attorney of their own. Programs like the right to counsel promote equity, which is also why we are here in strong support for the Justice Fund for Immigrants. The Justice Fund protects some of the most marginalized immigrant groups, including Black, Indigenous, Asian, Pacific Islander, LGBTQ+, children, and disabled immigrants. It's time to make these type of programs stronger. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here tonight. Okay, so is Joanna here? Okay, you're up next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Joanna, and I'm here representing the Language Justice Coalition. Over the years, we have seen a sharp increase in the language access requests made to the city, and it continues to grow. The current proposed allocation of one-time funds of $300,000 is far from sufficient to meet the growing needs of our diverse community. As such, the Language Justice Coalition is pushing for $3.5 million for the upcoming FY24 budget allocation of annual structural funds. Our priorities include dedicating an additional 8 permanent full-time staff that include 2 language access coordinators and 6 interpreters. Permanently provide in-house language access resources for Spanish, Khmer, and Tagalog. Dedicating resources for contracted partners to meet language needs not covered by in-house language access specialists, among others. These demands encompass an overall shift towards true language justice and allow us to be more mindful of the city's policies and practices. In the meantime, we ask that you integrate a language justice statement in the beginning of all city meetings to remind everyone present to speak slowly and one at a time to allow for accurate interpretation. For years, our community has faced a multitude of challenges to access invaluable information covered in various city meetings and departments. There's a dire need to shift the city culture around language justice, but we need reasonable investments to do it.
Thank you
we
so
urge you
much
to
for
make the
your-
necessary amendments to
Appreciate
propose
you.
to the
Thank you.
proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, is Sambo here? Sambo, okay. Okay, Dave Shukla, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our libraries, and I call on each of you to continue your support for our libraries by increasing funding for additional days of service, as well as the requested monies for capital improvements to library facilities. The mayor spoke earlier and eloquently on how libraries are not only places where each and all of us should be able to read freely, but have other functions which serve our city as well. The functions that I would like to highlight are that of critical facilities in the event of emergencies, not just with homelessness, but also events that have been made worse by climate change, like the 100-year storm this past weekend, or heat waves and the lack of nighttime cooling that Phoenix, for instance, experienced earlier this summer. I'd encourage you to look at recent research by the group Climate Resolve on cooling centers in LA County. The bottom line is that people go where they know, and it's libraries, senior centers, community centers, in my neighborhood, an elementary school, gym, and an auditorium. It's these places where people know, and they are critical facility assets for dealing with a number of different types of emergencies. Please recognize this and continue your support for our libraries, both the facilities and the staff who make them run. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, is Brista here? Brista, I don't see Brista. Okay, Susanna. See Susanna. Caitlin? Caitlin, okay, you went. Araceli King? She went, okay. Are you Bob? Come on up, Bob.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Bob Livingston, District 4 resident, Chair of the Parks and Recreation Commission. I cannot speak for all of us because that would have been a Brown Act violation, but based on all of our comments, I just want to come and on behalf of the Commission, thank all of you for your continued support of recreation, particularly maintenance. Parks makes life better. You guys know that. Thank you for putting your money where your mouth is.
Thank you, Bob, for coming out. Okay, Natalie, you are the last
Vice
speaker.
Mayor, did you mean Natalie Gonzalez?
Hernandez.
It's Natalie Gonzalez.
Oh, okay. And it just was, go ahead.
All right, well, my time. I do want to take this time. We've been in the audience. I want to take a moment to highlight the work of our members that are in the audience. And if you're here, machinists, IAM members that have been waiting here, we want to hear all of the work that has been presented today. It's really, it really needs to come back to the service of the membership. It's the service of the people that are in the front lines that are out there doing this work. And as you've all mentioned, all of the vacancies that are going on, I want to take the moment to highlight the people that are still here, the people that are working hard, the people that are still in this room after working a full shift, that are still trying to make sure that they offer the best services for this community that they care about. We wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be here if I didn't care about the city, and I know that you see that too, and I know that you take that time to do the best job to provide excellence. We take that to heart as well. Excellence is at the core of what we do, and so is public service. It's that driving force that keeps our community together. So for that, I know you have a lot of tough decisions to make as you're looking at budget allocations. Keep our members at the forefront, the people that are still here, the people that are working hard to make sure that they deliver the best services for our communities. So thank you.
All right, what a great final comment on public comment. Outstanding. Well, I want to thank all of you for being patient, coming out and testifying in front of the City Council. We are so fortunate to have such an active community in Long Beach. You help us make good decisions in our city. I want to thank our 4 incredibly popular departments for your presentations. You've done incredible. That's right. We can shout them out. You've done incredible work, and we know that there is no such thing as perfect when it comes to government. We have to continue to form a more perfect city, right? So we have much more work to do. Again, I want to remind folks, this is no cuts in this budget. It's a no cuts budget. All right, we're just talking about enhancements and to what degree is within our scale, and it's just a process. And so as we continue through, a lot of the requests that have come up, we hear you, we see you, we know there's requests around, housing and tenants and all those things, and we have a budget oversight committee process for that. So I want to thank all of you again for coming out. Members, please cast your vote to continue the hearing.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. All right, we'll now go to item 13.
Item 13 is report from City Clerk, recommendation to receive and file a presentation on providing an update on the new legislative management system.
Okay, do we want to still do that tonight? Do this tonight? Do we want to, the presentation? Do you want? I'm looking to the council members. You guys want to get this tonight? You want to do it another day?
It's a very brief presentation.
Okay, it's brief. Let's just take it now.
Take it down?
Yeah, we'll take it now.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll just take a moment while folks exit the hall. All right, I think we're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Allison Budma, Assistant City Clerk. We are very excited to provide you a brief overview on the transition to one meeting that is tentatively scheduled to go live in October. One meeting, previously known as PrimeGov, is the new legislative management system, or LMS, that offers a cloud-based solution and has been designed with mobile-first technology, allowing users and access the system from any device that has a web browser. We are transitioned to one meeting to streamline the management of meetings for the City Council, boards and commissions, and improve public access and transparency. The main components of the new LMS are the agenda and meeting management, which we will be going live with a phased approach, and boards and commissions manager, which is currently active. The first phase of the agenda and meeting management will transition the LMS to a new online portal, public portal with the new online public comment features, replacing e-comments and new voting system. The new public portal, which you can see on this slide, and the online public comment feature will improve access to meetings and standardize the user experience. The new voting system in the council chamber will include secure annotation features that allow for notes to be added to staff reports and attachments that can be accessed during meetings. One meeting will also have a new feature that we are excited about, which creates AI-generated transcribes to enhance the meeting recordings and provide better access for community members and staff reviewing and recordings after the meeting. One meeting will include a new interactive HTML agenda that will improve language access equity, which will allow community members to translate agendas to Spanish, Khmer, Tagalog, and many other languages powered by Google Translate. The HTML agenda shown on this slide will have a similar look and feel with a few updates to improve access to the staff reports and attachments. During the transition, the city's current LMS will no longer be utilized for future meetings, but will continue to be used to access agendas, minutes, videos, and recording from past meetings until all data has been successfully migrated to one meeting. The second phase of the agenda and meeting management launch will include the agenda automation and staff report workflows, which will create a more efficient agenda process and allow for staff to better track the status of staff reports during the approval process. The workflow will be utilized for the City Council agendas and a few boards and commissions to streamline the agenda creation and staff report processes. Another great feature of the one meeting is that the system will be integrated with Office 365 for increased collaboration on staff reports and to keep a similar look and feel of the current staff reports. We successfully launched the boards and commission manager component of one meeting in collaboration with the mayor's office last December. This has been utilized to streamline the commission application and selection process and allows for staff to track status of onboarding for new commissioners to expedite the process. One meeting has also updated commissioner application and improved process to information on the public portal on the mayor's website, which you can see on this slide. Here are some key dates for our timeline for the rollout of first phase of the transition to the new agenda and meeting management. Next month, we will begin our outreach campaign to create awareness about the transitions and how to navigate the new online portal, including instruction on how to submit written online public comments. We will also be reaching out to you and your office and your staff for training on the new voting system and begin training commission staff. The phase one launch is currently scheduled for October 16, with the online public portal and publishing of the City Council agenda for the meeting on Tuesday, October 24th. And lastly, the phase two training go live is scheduled for next year. That concludes our presentation. The City Clerk Monique de la Garza, JT Nakagama, who is the project lead, and I are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And we know that we have trainings available for the mayor. I need to get trained up, and for the council members, so that will happen. Vice Mayor Allen?
I was just going to say, anytime we can standardize and improve public access is great.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kerr.
No, it's great, and I especially appreciate the ability and the interface with Google Translate as we continue to work on language access.
That's right. And Google Translate is a lot better today than it was years ago. So glad to see those enhancements. Is there any public comment here, Madam Clerk? What? No comments on the new system? All right. Well, I guess we'll go to a vote. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Kerr? Yeah. Councilman Sorrow? The motion is carried.
Thank you. 14.
Item 14 is a report from Economic Development, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute an agreement with the State of California Employment Development Department to accept and expand workforce innovation and opportunity Act grant funding in the amount up to $5.2 million citywide.
Thank you. We're fortunate we have a workforce agency, and we're able to receive dollars to do workforce work. Councilman Kerr, anything? Councilman Austin? Is there any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Item 15, please.
Item 15 is a report from financial management. Recommendation to receive and file a report on City of Long Beach financial policies used in the annual budget development process and other citywide financial analysis citywide.
Thank you. Didn't we just have a budget presentation?
So this was at the request of the Budget Oversight Committee. They see a lot of presentations and do a lot of that work. This is one that they made a recommendation for the entire council to get the presentation on the financial policies. So we can do it tonight. We can do it on the 5th. We're ready to do it on an abbreviated version if you want.
I'm going to recommend that we do this. We continue this presentation to another day. Is there a motion for that, Councilwoman?
We're okay with that.
And then we do it maybe in context of the next budget presentation.
So the next budget presentation would be on the 5th, which is adoption night, the first night of adoption. We can do it then
I
if
think
you'd like.
that makes some sense.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any public comment? Did you want to say anything on this while we're here?
No, it happened to be a really fantastic public presentation on the standard policies and like standard operating procedures. And particularly Councilmember Ranga really thought that this was a kind of an update and reminder that the entire city council needed.
Great, thank you. One member of the public signed up for public comment, Dave Shukla. And this is to continue it to the 5th.
Can I speak on it on the 5th?
You can speak on it on the 5th.
Thank you.
Great. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
16, please.
Item 16 is report from Public Works. Recommendation to adopt plans and specifications and award a contract to PCN3 Inc. for construction of the Fire Station 14 Workforce Privacy Project for a total contract amount not to exceed $4.2 million, District 3.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kerr.
Councilmember Duggan isn't here, so
Thank you, Councilman
it's an
Austin.
important item.
Happy to support. Great. Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 17.
Item 17, communication from Vice Mayor Allen, recommendation to increase appropriation in the general fund group in the City Manager Department by $5,425 to provide contribution of $2,125 to the Safira Business Association, $1,500 to Brian James Addition, $1,000 to the International Imperial Court of Long Beach, $500 to California Families in Focus, and $300 to Friends of the Long Beach Public Library.
Real quickly, Madam Clerk, can I ask that you fix Brian Addison's name? It looks like there was an autocorrect related issue, and it's Brian Addition. Can you fix that, please?
We'll correct that. Thank you.
Well, I think Brian Addition is going to be pretty mad about that. Okay, any public comment here? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, general public comment number 2. Anything? No? You want to confer on that? Thank you. We have 4 members of the public signed up to speak. Yvonne Gomez, Florence Rollinson, Dave Shukla, and Natalie Gonzalez. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Yvonne Gomez. So I know that you spoke on what the Long Beach Shelter plans on doing, but I really appreciate what they're trying to do. But what about opening a clinic for free spay and neutering? And what about holding people accountable for animal abuse? You did not speak about that. What about not giving licenses? Don't you know that it's a huge part of why there are so many animals in the shelter? It's disgusting. Breeders make a buck off the backs of these dogs, female dogs, bred over and over and over again. These female dogs do not ask to be pregnant and to birth all these pups just to have them ripped away. Let's talk about the ugly. What you are allowing, what are you, let's see. You are speaking at all your, let's see. Okay. So as you know, there is an epidemic of stray and dumped dogs. This is a real problem. You all know we need to offer free spay and neuter to the residents of Long Beach. The fee for spay and neuter is ridiculous. Who can afford that? People don't do this for their pets because of how expensive it is. If we give this to the residents, I guarantee you will not see as many strays dumped. Speaking of dumped dogs, when these dogs are scanned and it comes back that these dogs have been abused and dumped, why are these people not prosecuted? These vulnerable dogs and cats are so forgotten, and they're basically on their own. A few weeks ago, 2 pit bulls were seized by the Long Beach Animal Shelter. They were extremely abused. Nothing ever happened to the owner. Nothing. How backward is this? Why is it that the animals' lives are so unworthy of love and respect? Animals have rights. Why are they not implemented? Come on, Long Beach, we can do better than this. Mayor Richardson, will you help me to help them, to give them a voice? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Florence Rollinson. Is Florence here? No? Okay, Dave Shukla.
Good evening again, Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I think the city did a great job this past weekend preparing its population for once in a 100-year storm, and I certainly know where to get sandbags now. I think it's kind of lucky that we had what could have been a much worse experience. I mean, not only with an earthquake localized to the region, but if, for instance, the storm had turned west and hit a pocket of warm water and been much more intense than it was. Eventually, these seemingly, random events are going to become much more frequent, and we all know what the causes of them are. Continued, greenhouse gas pollution in the atmosphere, in the oceans, and the soils, without which an event like this probably wouldn't nearly have been as severe as it has been. I'm sure in subsequent budget cycles this will become much more apparent, but there's only limited time both to act but also to keep what is currently, our primary kind of set of assets and productive kind of forces in the city being assets and not liabilities, and that's oil drilling, and particularly the harm ultimately that comes from not having a livable planet, but also the immediate kind of exposure to pollutants from the drilling, piping, a lot of the leakage, etc. And as much as the city has a climate plan, I think it could do a lot better. And I think it would be great to see the day where there's no more dirty energy at all as part of Long Beach's history, but it'd be more, kind of useful to actually get that day where implementing something towards that goal would be possible, and that may even itself be taken from us by what is happening and how fast it's happening with climate change. It would be a really, really, really awful occurrence, and I hope it doesn't happen, but it would really be telling if before the whole world comes here for these mega events like the World Cup or the Olympics, the whole world is impacted by events that we know we actually have the ability and technology, and it just takes a certain amount of immediate investment, but also reorientation, what our goals and priorities are in terms of kind of keeping our populations whole and hale and hearty. But yeah, it would be a horrible thing to have some kind of climate-related disaster hit this city when we still haven't even begun the process of converting from ultimately what are the causes and what we know aren't going to be part of the solutions for it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I know we have Natalie Gonzalez, but I think she's gone. So, okay, well, that satisfies public comment. We'll go to council announcements and adjournment. Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor. Want to dedicate the memorial to close tonight's meeting in the name of Slobodan Dimitrov. Slobodan was a noted labor movement photographer who passed away on July 23rd, 2023. He was well known as a dedicated photographer for the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. His portraits captured personalities and identities, treating all subjects with equal humanity, from public figures to laborers. He had over 130 exhibitions worldwide, including a long-term project on pile drivers in LA Harbor. Dimitri was an immigrant from Yugoslavia, and he is survived by his wife, Lisa, daughters Veronica and Christina, his mother, Ramila, and his sister, Yasmina. And on a side note, Slobodan was my photographer when I was a member of the Long Beach State College Board of Trustees, and when I became national chairman, it was his photograph that we used on the cover of the GQ. No, not the GQ, the TQ, the Trustee Quarterly. So I want to thank Dimitri and his family for their service.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Allen?
Yes, I also just want to say a big thank you to our city manager, Tom Modica, and to our mayor. I mean, we just did a fantastic job this weekend preparing for the storm. It really shows you like just the professionalism and just the grit that we have as a city. So thank you, everyone. I'd like to invite everyone to Zafaria's Happy Sundays Free Music Festival in Zafaria. It's on Sunday, August 27th, and performances will begin at 1 p.m. And then I also would like to invite you to the Huesca Zafaria for their monthly cleanup, and we pick up lots of mattresses at the Orizaba Park from 9 to 12 on Saturday, August 26th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rick Sodi.
I would like to thank everyone, including my council colleagues and some staff who joined me on Saturday for the Uptown Jazz Festival. We had a fantastic time. I also want to, and the weather held out, so we had good weather. I also want to invite everyone to the Long Beach PD North Division's Forum, Wednesday, August 3rd from 6 to 8 p.m. This Commanders Forum will be held at 4321 Atlantic Avenue. So for more information, please email district9@longbeach.gov. I would also like to invite everyone to attend the Star King Block Party on Saturday, August 26th from 10:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. The event will be on Muriel Avenue between 68th Street, or 68th Way and 68th Street. For more information, you can also email my office at district9@longbeach.gov. The event will be for both adults and kids. It will have music, art, a cartoonist, face paintings, games, a martial arts demonstration, and an older adults country line dancing. And then I also finally would like to invite everyone to attend the Collins Neighborhood Association meeting on Monday, August 28th from 7 to 8 p.m. Again, for more information, please email my office at district9@longbeach.gov.
All right. Thank you. Councilman Austin.
And Councilmember Rick Sodi always takes my thunder. I was going to mention half of those things, but it's okay. I just have one announcement, and it's for families with school-aged children. It is that time of the year again. It is time for the biggest and the baddest, the granddaddy of them all, back-to-school events. We are celebrating our 12th annual back-to-school jam on Saturday, August 26th at Shear Park from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We've got plenty of surprises, obviously backpacks and lots of school supplies, community resources, health resources, and a lot of surprises for those who will be attending. Please come early while supplies last. I think we are prepared to serve up to 2,000 young people going back to school, and with backpacks and supplies. So Shear Park, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, August 26th. Hope to see you there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Kerr.
Yes, I want to thank Long Beach City College for partnering for our first, I would say, inaugural 5th District Community Concert right there in the quad at Long Beach City College on Carson Street. It was a beautiful, accessible space. We had a great time being there, and we're so grateful for their partnership and look forward to utilizing that space more often. And I want to invite District 5 residents. We're having a community meeting on Friday evening at Wardlow Park at our field office with a public safety focus. We'll have members of both East Division and North Division there. Our fire department will be there, as well as emergency preparedness, and our new park ambassadors will also be there. So Parks, Recreation, and Marine will bring out some of our park ambassadors to talk about that new program that we spoke of. So we invite district residents to come out Friday evening. You can RSVP and send questions ahead to District 5 at longbeach.gov. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, so the Saturday is very busy. We have a day of art in AOC 7 called Corridor of Colors. It'll be from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. on 1241 Rose Avenue, organized by AOC 7. We're also having a backpack giveaway by Local Hearts Foundation this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Anna MacArthur Park. And lastly, next Tuesday, we have a District 6 update on the special topic of A Dream for King Park, which is to learn about the next steps on the vision plan and for final input on it. And our special guest will be Mayor Richardson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Supernaw.
Thank you. Our final 2 concerts of the 20 free summer concerts in the 4th will take place this week. We'll be at the Nature Center at 6:30 p.m. on Thursday. The following night, Friday, we'll be back at El Dorado Park for Journey USA, and that concert is what Parks and Rec has titled the Farewell to Summer Concert. On Saturday at 1 p.m., we'll be at J&L Fine Jewelry for their Legacy Business Award, and that's across the parking lot from In-N-Out near Eximino and Atherton. Thank you, and go forth.
All right, well, thank you so much for watching our city council meeting, and we are dark next week, and this city council meeting is adjourned. Thank you.